can you hear me? I hope so. Let me double check you guys can hear me. So, welcome everybody. Hope you're all doing very well. Hopefully you can hear me. We're going to be kicking off here with the 11th qualifier here for the Warhammer World Championships. Yes, I am going live there. So how are we all doing? Hello, CJ DJ in the house. Hello there, my friend. Probably going to butcher a few of these names. We're going to have Cord HR, Mark Club, Captain Morgan. And let's see what else we got up here. We got Michael as well, Mr. Down on the Blunder. We're going to have Larry Mad Mitchell as well. And then we're going to be having Shiz Noz. Hopefully I said that correctly, but I hope all of you guys are doing very well. So both players here are going to be ready. We're going to be having Reginald Puckington going up against Lunacy CB. So I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go double Bony Boys. Indeed, we are going to have a Bony Boy mirror, which is going to be rather interesting on the Broken Leg Gully. So let's get the ready up there. So how are you guys doing? I hope you're all doing very well today. Are you ready for some domination action? I hope so. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, Chosen of the Gods, Ushopti Great Bows, regular Ushopti as well. Bony Boys in the middle, some with spears, some without. And then some of those Negahara Warriors. One artillery piece in the back, and it looks like it is going to be the double Grand Hippofrank Katep. So maybe coming in with the Leechy staff there, trying to maybe get off that negative 15-second penalty. Could be whoever gets that first. The first spell coming out could be the start of the roll there of that penalty on casting, which could be rather painful. Alright, so we saw mainly the squad here. So we're going to have the Regiment of Renown, Chosen of the Gods, that's going to give them basically better stats. And their fire is anti-infantry. So it's going to split up and deal with all that heavily armoured infantry troops that we can expect to see. Triple of the Ushopti Great Bows, really good there up against those large targets. It looks like it's going to be on horseback though, so no DJ deck machine here today. Well, yes, we are going to have the Leechy Staff, the Restless Dead here, with the Incantation of Protection and the Incantation of the Cursed Blade. So Puckington coming out strong here with the Spears and the Bones. In the backside here with the Screaming Skulls. Those memes are going to fly here high and true. In the middle we are going to have the Ushopti backed up by Skeleton Warriors. Having Monstrous Infantry with just regular kind of infantry chaff here is always really, really strong in Warhammer 3. On the side, Skeleton Warriors going to be moving forward, and the Bone Boys here, the Ushopti, they're going to be diving forward towards the middle. But Hippofrank Katep here on the side is actually going to be on foot, which is looking rather interesting. A very mirrored mirror. Indeed, exactly, yes. How are we doing, Wood Tier? How are we doing? Very well. As Wood Tier, I assume maybe you are one of the Wood Elf mains, perhaps? Don't know, let me know. So it's like we're going to be dominating here on the Domination Capture Point 1. 2 is going to be open, 3 here is going to be pretty easy for the Ushopti to capture. And then it looks like we're going to be fighting in these chokeholds coming down towards point 2. Now, Screaming Skulls, they do have 380 range. It's about 250, I think, there for the Chosen. Yeah, 255 there in total. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't think the Screaming Memes are going to do too much here up against some of the Monstrous Infantry. But it really depends here. So we're going to have 2 of the Bony Boys firing up against 4 of the Bony Boys. So they're going to be getting lots of shots early. Not going to be a good trade there coming from Reginald. And yeah, you can see it's just 4 against 2 out the rip, and now the other 2 are going to get it. It's going to be a bit of a shoot and scoot here in the front. Screaming Memes diving forward. Now that is going to have the takeover effect, but it looks like the incantation of the Righteous Smithing, given that armor piercing and base missile damage increase. So it looks like we're really going for the range build here. And what else have we got? Incantation of Protection for that physical resistance. Yeah, so you want some nice cheap spells, getting as much work out of the Leechy staff as possible, but that's actually going to favour Puckington, so it'll be interesting to see. Now, just referring to my low MMR. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're in that wooden tier. Nah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I reckon you're one of the boys there up in Platinum, Diamond, doing all the good stuff. So Chosen in the middle, they're going to be having that physical resistance on top. I don't think that's going to help up against the Screaming Memes. Yeah, they do have magical ammunition. In the Sky Carrion, 47 melee defense, or 46 melee defense. Rather high. They can be a bit of a nuisance to deal with, but it looks like they're going to be counting the Carrion here of Puckington. So, of course, we are going to have no comeback mechanics, so winning the middle here is going to be super important. Now, Skeleton Spearman will dive forward here, coming forward. It's actually going to be Lunacy in the blue. I do apologise. But it would seem here that the Bony Boys in blue diving on the point with the anti-large there being rather cheap and having more numbers and a higher capture weight It's going to be a bit of a problem here for Pugnington. So Pugnington actually got the early engagement, although this Ushopti is going to be falling. Lots of damage here on the one in the rear, and the Chosen of the Gods have taken quite a bit of damage as well. But the Bony Boys on the Rift still shooting. It looks like the Kepler Guard have been summoned to the battlefield. They will be having that regeneration, which is always quite good. Anti-infantry, and then, you know, of course, all those fantastic melee stats. In the middle, Spearman here going to be fighting in the middle, and it is going to be muchly in the control here. Lunacy will be taking the lead. Damage value as well in the advantage for him. In the sky, we are going to have more of the carrier fluttering forward, and they're going to be diving down here on the Ushopti Great Bows. I think that's a pretty good target to take down. A couple fighting in the middle is going to be a bit of a 2v1 here in the pocket. Could definitely do with some magic help there. I just don't know if we're going to get it. Now, if we do have the incantation of the Cursed Blades, if we overcast that, that's actually going to be given the anti-large as well. I think bonus versus large of 16 on top of all those melee stats. It can be really handy in the carrion fight in the sky. In the back here, that's what the Chosen here from Pugnington going to be falling. What is this going to be here? Carrion actually pushed through there from Lunacy. Really trying to get into the backside. Now, what do we have to protect these bad boys? I don't know. Maybe some cheat cavalry here or there, some skeleton horsemen. Could probably go quite far in the long term. So 182 tickets up against 90. Not looking fantastic for Pugnington so far, I must say. And Lunacy also going to be winning the top side here. Regular skeletons not really going to be beaten down up against the Kepler Guard. That's kind of their job there. In the middle, get a couple of summons here. So that's going to be a lot of tickets. 3,300 in the back pocket there for Lunacy. As we get a Tomb Scorpion coming forward with the Kepler Guard and some Nekahara Horsemen. And they're going to be diving into the middle. It's going to be the Grand Hierophant in the middle. A bit of hand-to-hand combat. We always like to see this here. But Nekahara Warriors, they're pretty decent, especially with that I think it's anti-infantry going up against the Big Lord himself. In the middle, Ushopti with the Incantation of Protection, giving that all that physical resistance, rather handy there. And now we're going to be having the Nekahara Horsemen kind of hanging around. Now, where are they going to go? What are they going to compromise? How are they going to affect this battle? That is the question. Screaming Meme maybe could fall here. And, wouldn't be a bad target, especially if we want to get more infantry in. They can certainly deal with skeleton warriors rather quickly. That -8 leadership, considering they're already loaded, it can be very good to getting them in that crumbling range. At the top, the bows are certainly going to be dominant here, and they can even shoot up against the Ushopti Great Bows here in the backside, but it's a lot of damage. Going to be 1,700 in the negative. What do we have for Pugnington coming forward, I wonder? In the middle, Hierophant Katep is going to be getting pushed away here, or he's trying to get away, but it looks like a lot of the Nekahara Horsemen are going to be keeping him busy in the middle. Lots of damage, and Shieldbreaker going up against the Kepler Guard. Of course, no shields because they have the double blades, but nonetheless, it's rather devastating damage. And it looks like Katep is probably going to go down here, and the Screaming Moon Catapult, yeah, it's really going to be dominating on units such as the Kepler Guard, and it's going to be thumping home rather hard. Carrion going over the top. It could just be another Carrion summon here, so we got quite a few tickets. 500 in the pocket that can maybe summon some more Carrion. No, we're going to go with the Skeleton Horsemen. Skeleton Horsemen could maybe come through, but what's going to stop these Carrion from bullying the Screaming Skull Catapult, I wonder? We do have some Nekahara Horsemen nice and close, but yeah, it's looking pretty unfortunate here. In the back, we are going to get the summon of the Ushopti, dealing with the other Ushopti Great Bows in the back. Summon here of the Nekahara Horsemen. It's a bit of a roadblock just to keep them back and, kind of keep that ascendancy on the battlefield. In the middle, Kepler Guard still getting shot. You can see that takeover effect, that -8 leadership is, certainly going to pay dividends over time. And, yeah, that's just so much damage. So hard to come back from a 3,000 damage deficit. It really is. Just a couple of key engagements here, not quite going the way of Reginald, unfortunately. In the middle, the Nekahara Horsemen are going to be fighting to the best of their ability from Pugnington, just keeping a lot of the Ushopti busy just for as long as he possibly can. It's like a Tomb Scorpion and the Summon of the Ushopti in there, going to be fighting up against the Chosen of the Gods. Warbowmen here going to be shooting into this kind of pocket and dealing good damage up against the big pug himself. In the backside, Nekahara Horsemen, now the game is really opened up. All the infantry has been dealt with. A lot of it is going to be falling. Pugnington's Nekahara Horsemen in the middle, they're also going to be dwindling in numbers and health, and now Carrion are going to be joining the battlefield. They're Carrion pretty good there, very high melee defense, good speed at 100. And yeah, this monster's infantry has some really good weapon strength, so they really can do good damage up against these bony boys. You know, not really known for their armor stats, but you know, still nonetheless, it's just really hard to deal with these fast flyers. Warriors getting onto the point, they'll butcher skeletons rather quickly. Tomb Kings, it looks like they are going to get Reginald in the middle at domination point 2, but is it too late? Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. So, looks like Katep is going to be at the top. He's just going to be holding true. What happened to Katep here? I think Katep must have been desummoned or died. I didn't see which it was. Might be able to find out here. No, so you got taken off the battlefield. Interesting. So he managed to get away without taking any leadership penalties. In the backside, though, just like the Nekahara Horsemen are falling apart. 3,000 deficit going down to 2,500. Is this the start of the turnaround? I wonder. Maybe. So we are going to be having 1,100 tickets there for Pugdington. 790 now, going up to 800. What have we got in the back pocket? So Summon of Carrion, and it looks like we are going to get some Skeleton Spearmen to kind of push off these Skeleton Horsemen. You know, rather cheap unit, you can just Vanguard flank and, you know, get into the backside there and just be a bit of a nuisance on the home capturing points. In the middle, though, looks like we're still going to be holding Nekahara Horsemen diving forward up against, you know, the Kepler Guard is going to be a bit of an issue here. I don't know how we're going to deal with that. It looks like the Ushopti Bowmen here are going to have to, you know, certainly take quite a lot of that health away. Everything's just flooding onto that domination point, and, you know, I don't blame Pumlington. We really need to hold that as much as possible. At the backside here, we're going to have Skeleton Horsemen diving forward, some more Nekahara Warriors. The absolute kitchen sink getting thrown here into the middle. And it looks like it's going to be 2 units of the cheap Skeleton Warriors just to give those numbers to hold the domination point. So it looks like the Skeleton Horsemen have been pushed off of domination point 3, and the Spearmen are now going to go forward and create a bit of a blockade for that domination point. If you want to go around, the Carrion can screen them out, and the Spearmen can finish them off. One of the biggest problems, Nekahara Warriors are coming. Maybe the Carrion has to go forward, I don't know, but it looks like here, just buying enough time. Time is what Pugdington needs, and points are now starting to come into his favour. In the middle, we are going to get the Nekahara Horsemen rear charging up against the Kepler Guards. And these bad boys, you know, decent armor stats. Nekahara Horsemen could maybe struggle here just a little bit. In the middle, looks like the Kepler Guard of Pugdington are going to be dwindling rather quickly, down to 1.7, up against 6,700 there of Lunacy, and some of the best infantry that Tomb Kings have to offer. So it looks like Skeleton Warrior is going to go forward, and there we go. Oh, looks like actually Katep was maybe just hiding in the background here. I didn't see him, but he's going to be at 706 health. Not looking fantastic, I must say so. Spearmen going to be diving onto the point, and I think that might just be too many numbers here. Possibly too many numbers. Ushopti Greatbow is going to be firing just to the best of their ability. I think maybe they were targeting the good Lord himself. Katep in the middle going to be down to 1,050. Not looking fantastic here, but it looks like Lunacy might take the domination point 2. Oh, I don't know. Everything's on the domination point. It all comes down to this. The tickets are so goddamn even. Is he going to grab it? Oh, it gets turned over. Pugdington did so well under such a huge deficit to get back. Why was the World Championship switched to domination? Mark, we'll get to that in a bit, my friend. We'll get to that in a bit. But look at this! It looks like Katep is getting chased off. 100 health. Negative there on the leadership. He will fall. And that's going to be a big one there coming forward. As, of course, the Lord choice here with Katep in the backside. Going down to 500. Going down to 300. Could this be a Lord for Lord trade at the top? We are going to see Ushopti Greatbow shooting. And Katep needs to get out of there. He's going to be negative 14 leadership. He's going to be crumbling. Is that it? Maybe. A Lord for Lord trade here. I really unfortunately think that doesn't work for Pugdington. But, you know, 2,000 tickets behind. He's slowly clawing this bat. And Pugdington is, you know, a very experienced player here in the multiplayer scene. And the same with Lunacy. Both these guys, very scary competitors for sure. Screaming Boom Catapult still firing in the background. 80 kills, 800 value. And they've been a nuisance, you know, they really put the hurting on the Regiment of Renown there. And of course the Kepler Guard of Lunacy still going. But unfortunately all ascendancy in the middle has been lost. Tomb Scorpion is still going here, up against the constructs of the Ushopti. Fighting to the best of his ability. Of course he packs a bunch of armor piercing. And he will kill models, you know, with nearly 400 weapon strength here. And they're going to be down to 10 models here and 11 as well. You wouldn't believe that with the amount of health left. It looks like it's going to be a rear charge from the Carrion, really trying to dwindle these numbers as much as possible. This is kind of the last-ditch effort to kind of really have any ascendancy on Domination Point 1, I think. Looks like we're going to be struggling on Domination Point 3 as well in the trees. What is this? Skeleton Horseman, Nekahara Horseman coming across. The Spearmen will hold true, but unfortunately Nekahara Warriors might do a bit of a number on them. But, you know, only time will tell here. It's super close, and with the cavalry on, and if we do capture this Domination Point, I think that's GG's. So hard to tell here. Tomb Scorpion chasing up against the Ushupti, and Tomb Scorpion is negative 35. Mass crumbling coming through now, but now we're on Domination Point 1. Oh, I don't know, this is a super close game here, but I think... I don't know. I never want to count Puddington out. I never want to count this man out. He is far too good. Him and I have had some super close games in the past. Ushupti on. Nekahara Horseman diving in, being chased right from behind here up against the Carrion, but it is going to be a pullout. Well, very, very interesting stuff. Why pick Katep? I thought Archon was still the meta. Well, I think there's a couple of elements here. And I think it comes down to the Leechy Staff and then also the Law passive. It would be my thought process. Well, very, very interesting stuff. So let's dive into it. So, Katep here coming forward from Puddington. So, 69 value in total, going up against 280. So these guys, they're on the battlefield, and the whole point of the Leech Staff is every time you cast, it causes an extra 15-second delay on all abilities and then also spells. So every single time you cast, and if you have 2 cheap spells that are constantly going, you're never going to be able to do anything. You're not going to use any abilities because they're always going to be charging. So the whole point of Katep here with that Lord passive is get as much healing as possible for the Tomb Kings, whilst also preventing your opponent from getting that healing from using his spells, his abilities, etc. So the whole idea is if you get the ascendancy there on all of that, hopefully you should be able to take the lead. I guess that is kind of the theory there behind. So let's go here with Lunacy. He's going to be taking a 1 in the lead. Fantastic stuff. So let's do a bit of a look against look. So 603 up against 1,600 from the Chosen of the Gods. Lunacy winning on the first one. 1,300 up against 1,200. 430 up against 900. 730 up against 700. So I think overall, the Tomb Kings here from Lunacy are going to be getting the damage profile advantage, I believe. Yeah, probably on average, probably doing slightly better here. Yeah, I'd say maybe nearly 1,000 in the advantage when you compare them. So we're going to get 850 and 1,024 for the Ushupti. Very nice. You know, Warhammer 2, these guys, bit of a meme. Especially when it comes to land battles. But here on Domination, I can certainly see it. But we do see here 800 value for the Screaming Meme, but it used all of its ammo. And it was firing at the Kepra Guard, which is very interesting to think. It used all of its ammo, and it only just paid for itself up against the most elite units that Tomb Kings have to offer. You know, something there maybe to think about, but I do like it. You know, it really forced some interesting elements on the battlefield. It certainly forced, the summon battle of Carrion and Cavalry. 650 for the Nekahara Warriors, pretty good value there. Also used to be a little bit of a meme, but 280, 400, 650 there for the Skeleton Spearmen, 450, 300, and 350. I think what's interesting here, I think what happened on the side of the Tomb Kings for Puddington, he went for some slightly more expensive spells to buff his Ushupti, and you can see there, actually, it didn't work. The value on the Ushupti, which you would expect to get more of if you have the Incantation of the Righteous Smithing, given that missile and armor-piercing bonus to your range, you thought it might help you win in that area of the battlefield, and I certainly understand the thought process, but it didn't really seem to happen. I think the Spearmen actually, saving that money, spending a little bit more on Spearmen, especially up against constructs such as the Ushupti, could have made the difference. So I think of the opening armies, it's really tough to say which I would have preferred, but I think, slightly maybe in the advantage there of Lunacy. Alright, so that's an awesome game 1. And for game 2, we are going to be on Arnheim. Very nice. It's going to be the High Elf map. Game 2 is Arnheim. So, we had some questions here from Mark. Why was the World Championship switched to Domination? Well, the whole idea about, let's go back a year. The last the last Warhammer World Championships was done on land battles. Some of the biggest problems was ruling. So, for example, externally, as you all know, we have the fruit rules, the banner rules, whatever you like to use, right? But they're fan-made external rules that we have to use to balance the game, because the game isn't balanced in its natural state. And the rules with attacking, etc., whatever, really caused a lot of problems in the last Warhammer World Championships. Enough that a few people kind of retired around doing that, just for the amount of stress and time and input they had to have to kind of keep that going, essentially. So this year, Domination is well balanced, unit caps works well, there's no attacking rule, etc., because everything is kind of looked after by the capture points. So there's not much ruling that needs. It's very easy for me to cast, and you can literally have one person that just looks after the tournament, basically, for any other like really small rulings, like for example disconnects and stuff like that. It basically makes the admin side for people like myself, like all the casters, and then all of the guys behind the scenes, you know, your Moors, or whoever, you know, your J Phoenixes, etc., that you know, putting a hell of a lot of time into this. Yeah, it makes it so much easier for them. And it's still a very good game mode. It's still the game we know and love. Or at least I do. It's still the game that I know and love. And Domination, you know, for all its flaws, everything has its flaws and everything has its pros, right? I understand, and I perfectly understand that if you like one side more than the other, I totally accept that. All of my coaching, when I coach all of my students, it's all in land battles. They all like land battles. I've done some Domination coaching, but just some people aren't interested in that, and that's okay. But, you know, enjoy what you enjoy. Just enjoy what you enjoy. How you doing, Loopy? To make it smaller. Yeah, I just think it just to make it easier. Overall, it's actually been pretty well run so far, so I have no complaints, really. So let's see what Pungnington is doing next. Got it. So he picked GC. Oh, Grand Cathay, Vampire Pirates, and Dark Elves, no ban. Ooh, no ban. Very nice. So Dark Elves versus... I went Dark Elves, banned Grand Cathay. So Vampire Pirates versus the Dark Elves. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yes, please, guys. If you're in the other semi-final, do wait. I will get to you, and as soon as we're ready to go, we'll do the other semi-final. Then we'll do the final. We'll have a nice big element together, which will be super fun. Super fun. All right. So guys, just a little bit from me. If you are enjoying today's stream, of course, do feel free to leave a like here as well. Really does help quite a bit. And yeah, of course, subscribe if you haven't already. You know, those little things go really, really far here for content creators. That's all content creators, whether you're 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 100,000. You know, every single like and subscribe really does go quite far. So, you know, I appreciate all of your support over the time. And I think maybe I'll use this opportunity to talk a little bit about my channel. And, you know, what's been going on with me. As a lot of you have seen, in the last few weeks, I really haven't been doing anything. And, you know, there's a couple of reasons for that. You know, I've been very busy. Essentially, my entire job, my entire life is pretty much rugby. That's rugby union, rugby league, everything. Rugby related. So in the winter, I do rugby union. In the summer, I do rugby league. And at the moment, we've had, 3-4 World Cups. We also have the Autumn Internationals going on this entire month, every single weekend, which I'm having to prepare for, all these kind of things. And at the moment, still doing uni, still doing work, where I'm going and coaching, you know, most days of the week. So I don't really have much time to make content at this current moment. November was always going to be super, super, super busy for me. But I still want to get... I I still want to get out as much content out as I possibly can, really. So coming December, I'm going to try and reevaluate where I'm at, what's going on, what's happening with me, to see what I am able of doing. I was going to make an announcement to say, oh, hey, you know, by the way, this is maybe what my schedule is going to look like, because 7 days a week just isn't possible anymore. But I was going to say, you know, hey, maybe I'll do 2, 3, 4, whatever, right? But I don't know, so I haven't said anything, really. You know, maybe I should have communicated a little bit more, but I don't know. At the moment, I'm still coaching. So if you guys are interested in coaching, do let me know. I've still got quite a few. Still got quite a few students that are kind of hanging around. So if you guys do want to join that, you know, do feel free to let me know. Mr. Captain Morgan, how are we, my friend? Another man, a myth, a legend that is going to be making a comeback in the scene. I love it. The other thing coming from me, that's something I will tell you about. We're going to be having, I believe, a DBD versus GTX Clan War. I believe that will be coming up soon. And something else that will follow that will be on my Discord and my channel. I have a various amount of mods, and then mods that were previously mods. So we have admin, short bid teams, etc. that, you know, help run all the leagues and stuff. So short bid league is kicking back up again for those that want to play. As far as Battlemania, I don't know. I will have to see how that's going. But basically, we also have X mods, which are called the Bears. So it's going to be the Bears, short bid team, Thanes going up against DBD as well. So that'll be really, really awesome. So a couple of things coming forward. So Dark Elves, we're going to have Mimas Darkblade, who's probably no longer a meme. Nah, he isn't really, but I love him anyway. Pillar Shades Caster. We're going to be having Feral Manticores. Oh, I do like those Harpies. They're pretty badass. They can actually regen in combat. 4 units of shielded cavalry, 1 unshielded. And then we're going to be... can you do that? I assume you can. Yeah, I assume you can actually, yeah. So I'm thinking land battles. Head in land battles. And then we're going to have some Dark Rider repeater crossbows. So we're going to have a Vampire... Oh, so there's going to be a Pistolier, Vampire, Fleet Admiral with the Law of Vampires. 2 carronades, 1 cannon. The Regiment of Renown, Scolder Tide, I think they're called. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Look at the Majestic. Look at the boy. Look at the Assur going to work here. Yeah, I forget what the Regiment of Renown are called here. So the Crows of Cain, I think. Yeah, and they have regen in combat. They're a pretty good one, but, you know, of course, they do have to be flying into that. You know, they do have to be fighting, sorry. So, polearms here in the front line. The Tide of Scold, I think that's how you pronounce that. Yeah, these bad boys have the rowdies. That gives them more leadership and perfect vigor, which, you know, considering they only have 50 leadership, is, you know, is okay. You get that value pretty cheaply, actually. Do they have Frenzy? No, they don't have... Oh, they get Frenzy as well. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. They have to be above that leadership. That's really hard for Undead. Frenzy's maybe not so good on that, but anyway. So, polearms, pretty standard front line. Bombers in the backside as well, as we love to see. Polearms ready to go. Carronades, the Pistolier Captain, and then we're going to be having some more pistols. Pistols in the top side as well. What's going on over here? Just more base infantry. And you start doing some more Dom matches. Yeah, me too, brother, me too. You know, certainly when I get more time from work, as I said, you know, being as busy as I am, I barely have enough time to coach, let alone make any content or play myself. You know, all of the playing I do at the moment is when I'm coaching. So, yeah, it's pretty tough that way. But, yeah, we'll certainly be getting back into it soon. More tournaments, etc. to come forward. So, you know, bear with me. Bear with me. Dark Rider Shields coming forward. Dark Rider repeater crossbows and a Feral Manticore on the right flank. So, it's like it's going to be a bit of a middle push here. And Harpies... You know, using the high ground, you know, going to be taking some of the teachings here from the Jedi Warriors themselves, and, you know, Obi-Wan Kenobi, as they're going to fly over the top, and, yeah, you can see here, going to be a little bit of trouble. They're going to be kind of hiding here behind the rift. Probably can still see that, I would imagine, but nonetheless. Harpy's coming over with some Dark Riders, getting that mobility forward with that Pillar Shades caster, because, you know, no one else brings anything else on that caster. And so the Tide are going to be in the trees here, and I think... It's just, I mean, Lunacy's a, you know, far better player than I am in Domination, but I'm wondering maybe if that's too much artillery. Possibly. So Carronade, the cannon's going to be trying to shoot up against the caster. Can't help but think, why not shoot Malice? Why not shoot Malice? You know, maybe you get some good value there. He's going to be having his Warp Sword of Cain, so he will be healing when in melee combat, which is also quite nice. So we're going to dive through the trees. We have some infantry. Pistoliers and bombers here ready to go. Now, we would have seen Pugnington coming through. What do we have here? Is this too much? Are we pushing too much here from the Dark Elf point of view? Maybe. Maybe. So we get a summon of the animated Hulks on the right. It's going to really bolster that mass. But we are going to be on the domination points. So now the Hulks come forward. What are we planning to do here? So Pharaoh Manticore is in. We are going to be having animated Hulks coming through. Mimas Darkblade is in the middle. He might be getting a little trapped here. Got to be careful on that. That could fall apart rather quickly if you're not careful. Harpies diving over. Bombers all over the face here of the Crows of Cain. And Dark Rider is getting slammed in the middle. Ooh, big shots here up against the Sorceress. Those carronades are thumping the backside here of that castle. That is awful to see. In the backside here, Harpies and Dark Rider is going to be charging forward with his pole arms ready to meet them, braced and ready to stab them in the bellies. And we see here the Dark Riders on the top. They're going to be capturing Domination Point 3. One will probably drop to Domination Point 2. And we're going to be capturing Domination Point 1. So, for the Dark Elves, here's my question. They've got all this advantage now. Value very much going to be in the advantage of Lunacy. This is going to be a slow game, a slow push. Is he going to get the ticket advantage he needs for the value he's losing? I wonder. Punnington has some value in the backside. He had 2,800. We see the double summon, so we're going to get a unit of Shades and a unit of the Dark Riders. Now, Shades, I really like Shades, even in land battles here, going up against the VP. Now, having that stalk ability is always rather nice. Bombers, taking a rather hard hit. The Lord Choice going after the Mortars. Mimas going to be doing the Darkblade things here in the backside. In the middle, we see animated Hulks fighting up against Dark Riders. They'll kill them in a matter of seconds. 110 weapon strength is absurd. The Crows of Cain here going to be fighting. Of course, these bad boys heal in combat as well. So, they can keep fighting for quite some time. But the Pistoliers are going to do it, I think. So it looks like here the Zombie Pirate Gunnery is going to be looking pretty low. 5.2 there and 3,000 for the caster. Pit of Shades in the backside, catching a lot of units. Doggo's there, going to take quite a bit of punishment. But now is it the time for the VP to get ahead. So 3,000 value for VP. Up against 2,500 for Reginald. But Reginald has 180 tickets in his pocket. So maybe. Has he outplayed himself here? I don't know. I don't know. Animated Hulk's diving forward. That cavalry is going to get thumped if it's not careful. It's going to get shot here by the Pirate Gunnery mobs. They charge up against the animated Hulks. They do get that flank charge. But it's not enough to get them into the crumble zone. Blackheart Corsair Hambos coming forward. Good armor. They can kite as well. At the top, it looks like we are... Oh, look at this. We're going to get the Salt Lord Scuttlers. These bad boys have the armor sundering. Bucket loads of armor piercing, but not much ammo to write home about. But, they can do some work. Shades in the middle. Oh, they are in a very sore spot. They are in a very sore spot. Oh, no! And they're going to get kited to death as well. They are going to get healed by Invocation, but... Oh, no. Oh, no! That is horrid! My boys, get out of there! Oh, God, they are dying so fast. They are dying so fast. So it looks like we are now going to be having Mimas going with the Blunt Price. So fighting in the middle. What's this going to be? So the Demon Curse, negative leadership, negative melee defense. Pretty good there to fight, but we do see the animated Hulks. Got to be careful. They will thump Malice if he stays there for too long. He heals pretty damn fast, though, I must say, actually. He does heal pretty damn fast. Scurvy Dogs coming across. How are the Scurvy Boys? Looks like they're going to lose up against the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows. What do we have here to get the Wolf Boys off the edge of the map? Those doggos, they're really good capture weight here on the domination points. These dogs, they're going to be crumbling rather quickly. Dark Riders coming across. You could pin one in place and then, shoot them with the Dark Riders. Lovely charge. So we're going to finish it off nice and quickly and then fight these boys coming on. Pistols in the middle. Harpies and Dark Riders going to be collapsing there. Sirens in the middle, and it looks like it is going to be a Pit of Shades. Is it going to catch it? It is going to catch some of them. And that magic damage really will hurt up against these Sirens. No armor to get away from that. But Invocation is actually going to be out healing that damage, which, they're just really forcing the healing here coming forward from the Vampire Fleet Captain. In the middle, the animated Hulk's going to be shredding those harpies rather quickly, and now there's going to be the fast push forward. I say fast in quotations, push forward here of the VP. Maybe this is fast for VP, who knows? But they're going to be coming forward, and Dark Rider's going to get pressured here by the monstrous infantry. Shades, well, maybe they can fight. Maybe. I think they might lose here rather quickly. Poddington, no! He's going to get slapped here by these Hulks, and these things are disgusting. Look at these bad boys go to work. They are, the animated Hulks certainly are worthy of the name. Look at these things. They are filthy. But they are going to be, you know, getting onto those shades, doing all the good damage. Dark Riders in the backside. What are we going to do about these Sirens, though? That's the question. Pit of Shades would have been the natural answer, but I don't know if there's going to be... Is there any magical units in the roster? Not that I can think of. I don't think there's any units that have magic damage directly. That's an interesting one. Very interesting. Pit of Shades here on Domination Point 1. That's going to catch a lot of value. No, Lunacy! My boy! No, that is so painful to see. And that is going to be so much damage. And you can see here, one cheap caster on horseback with just the Pit of Shades. 123 kills, 1.2k value. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get so much coming here from one caster. Excellent stuff. So the Tide of Scold here going to be fighting on Domination Point 1. And Mimas going to be doing his best. But here we go. Now we're going to be getting the advantage. 7,500 damage up against 6,000. Really, really good weight. 690 tickets going up against 180. Do we have the power to come back here into the game? I don't know. But we're going on to Domination Point 3. Polearms on the point. Harpies probably want to get the rear charge. They count as infantry, so they're not going to be getting any of that bonus there. Cavalry going to be charged in the middle. Shades will drop onto the point, and I think that Domination Point 3 is going to be a flip. In the backside here, Zombie Pirate Polearms. Are we going to see any elite troops here today, I wonder? I know that, for example, some of the Death Guard could be an absolute nuisance to deal with, but of course, there's bucket loads of armor piercing in the roster. We do have Blackout Corsair Hambos, we do have a couple of Shades. Shades, you know, really pack a punch. You know, they can delete them rather quickly, but maybe, you know, one here or there probably wouldn't hurt. But the animated Hulk's now going to be wrapping their big, juicy claws around the side of Mimas. Because look at this boy. He is still going strong. We're not going to be seeing that healing cap yet. And he's still going to be fighting like the absolute champion he is. In the middle, Domination Point 2 is getting captured here by the Vampire Pirates and Lunacy. Shots up against the Harpies. Yeah, sad to see. That is sad to see. In the top here, Harpies breaking down the polearms. We now need to get some shots here on the oncoming polearms. And look at this. The resurgence. We are going to have Scurvy Dogs, animated Hulks charging here and, you know, doing what they do best. Polearm's going to be falling rather quickly. They're crumbling. -15. I don't believe they're going to capture. Are they holding off that capture? Probably not, but still, nonetheless. So Blackout Corsair is going to be firing. Dark Riders on the edge. Probably get the Scurvies just to push them off there. Those doggos can do the best work. And the Monsters Infantry is going to butcher everything else. So, in the middle, the Crows of Cain going to be diving forward. Get rid of those bombers, get rid of those pistoliers, and, you know, maybe you've got an open opportunity here. Oh my god, it was a dive-in from the caster, and the Manticore is now in for a bit of monstrous bullying here in the pocket. As we see the Vampire Fleet Captain, he's going to be having his ability given those power reserves. I don't know if that does damage to him, maybe. I can't see. What does this do? No damage, just an insane amount of power reserves and regen. That is insane. I can see why you'd bring the Fleet Admiral here. Second Manticore diving in. Lovely hit there from the Vampire Fleet. And the Manticore, I think that's shattered there. Is that shattered? It's impossible to tell. Yes, it has shattered. So Scurvy's coming over here to Domination Point 1 as the big man, the myth, the legend. Now he has the healing cap out. So he's got 600-ish worth of healing left, but he's done a job. He has done a job. What's his value at so far? Value 30... Oh, that's the polearms. Come here, Mimas. Mimas is going to be at 122... Oh, wow. He's not actually done that much value. Only 570. Fair enough. I thought he would have done a bit more than that. But in the middle here, the Crows of Cain going to be fighting. Scurvy Dogs also going to try and help tear them down rather quickly. They have high melee defense, 48, so they're not going to fall stupidly fast. But the Doggos here do come with plentiful numbers. Doggos on the point, going to be holding Domination Point 2. The triple cap is in effect. And I don't know. I'm worried here. I'm worried for the Reginald. The man, the myth, the legend. Is he going to get back into this? He is going to be approximately 1.8k in the deficit on total value. I don't know. Dark Riders moving in. They'll fight here up against the Scurvies. They're going to charge. They're going to be on break. They're going to be 6, negative 16. They will now be crumbling. In the middle, we are going to have the Blackheart Corsair Hambos helping with that capture weight. In the backside, more animated Hulks. More deck dropper bombers moving on the battlefield. Some of that mobility with that mass explosive damage here on the battlefield. And how we're going to get Marcus Meanblade coming forward with Zarkon. And Zarkon is an absolute goddamn powerhouse. This man is going to be unbreakable here with the Reaper of Souls and then Bloodstorm. Reaper of Souls will finish us off, and I would like to see them capture this very quickly. Get some infantry over. Do we have some Dread Spears somewhere in the pockets, hopefully, that we can capture this? I don't know. Sirens are going to be falling. You can look at that healing cap coming out as well. They're going to be at half. They really have done a nice bit of work here. 48, 530 value on the battlefield. And some of the bombers coming across, they're going to be throwing. I thought they were going to dive on the Dark Riders. Looks like they're not. In the middle, the Deccan mobs going to be getting kind of a bit of a shoot and scoot here for the Blackheart Corsair Hambos. Really, really good damage in the middle. The gunnery mobs now going to be turning and firing up against the Dark Riders as the pole arms do drop in the middle. Dark Riders buying as much time here for their Elven brothers as possible, but I don't know if it's enough. I just don't know if it is. Cavalry's coming across. They need to capture. They need to capture quickly. I don't know what they have. The Undead Tide are going to be holding back here as much as possible. Dark Raiders on the point. I don't know. I mean, Marcus Meanblade is in there, and he'll do the business. They aren't going to capture Domination Point 2. Domination Point 1 is open. It is possible to get this done. Repeater crossbows not going to be shooting the Fellbats. Perhaps they just have to be ignored at this point. Crumbling is going to be the polearms. 40 models, negative 17. They are going to be losing a little bit of health, but not really too much to write home about. Now we're going to be getting shot. Negative 15, there we go. They're going to crumble into oblivion now. So 14,400 against 14,100. Reginald is coming back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to be doing all the damage. So we can see Fellbats here fighting. It's a quick, very fast summon here for the undead, and they have so much of it in their back pocket. It's amazing. They're going to be having some of those direwolves. They're going to be having some of the Fellbats and some of those scuttlers with bombs as well. So they have just so many fast units across the battlefield. It could be a bit of a nightmare to deal with. Dark Riders getting onto the point, capturing hopefully Domination Point 1 as quickly as possible. Coming over is going to be the deck dropper bombers. They need to get intercepted here by the Harpies ASAP. No unnecessary damage needs to be taken here. And there we go. They're going to dive in heroically, and these boys will fall quickly. So 80 speed going up against 82. You can run, but you can't hide, my friends. You will be found. So we see here the tide of the Deccan mobs. So much health coming across. He should be capturing point 1. He is capturing it, but it's so slow at this point. 12,700. Sorry, 1,270 tickets up against 800. I don't know. Maybe the tickets, he needs all 3. He needs all 3, but we have Scurvy Dogs at the ready, and they've gained chevrons, these bad boys. 910. They could be really, really scary. At the top, animated Hulks, Scurvy Dogs. We need Mimas up here as quickly as possible. Zarkon needs to get to the top and fight as much as he can. Everything else needs to hold off. Everything else needs to hold off. If you capture this point, maybe it all comes down to this one point. Look at this. Blasting some arse across the battlefield. Look at the Deccan mobs getting absolutely shafted here by the Shades and the repeater crossbows. And maybe a rear charge here from the Dark Riders, but I don't know, because they have to hold off the Deccan polearms. Those are the Harpies. That's going to be their job. As they send everything else here over to Domination Point 3. Blackheart Corsair Hambos forcing their way into the Domination Point. They need to go as quickly as possible. Here we go. More animated Hulks. More Scurvy Dogs. Dark Riders moving on. Move these Dark Riders past. They need to go. They need to force that blockade. It doesn't matter how much time you buy. You just have to get Domination Point 3. Is he going to do it? Oh, this is so close. I don't know. Oh, he's done it! My boy! He's got it! And you can see Dark Riders coming across, fighting up against the Scurvy Dogs. My god, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a game. This has been a game. Pole arms in the middle, fighting here up against these Dark Riders. And the Dark Elves win! Oh! Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh! Reginald, the man, the myth. Man, I mean, Lunacy really shoved Reginald into a deep, dark place, and Reginald just clawed. He just clawed his way out of it. My God, what a game! 1,021 there for Mimus. Of course, that's not going to include Zarkin as well, but 1.3k there for the Sorceress of Shadows, 450 for the Ferromanticore, 1,000 for the Crows of Cain, 680, 180, 700 from the Harpies. 1,000 value for the Dark Riders, 470, 933 there for the Dark Riders, 820, 800 for the Dark Riders, and only 180 there for the Repeater Crossbows. Interesting. So we had some Colmar Dread Knights in the pocket. We see 816 for the Shades. Not too far off their value. 1.2k for the Ferromanticore that got summoned later on. 965, 770, and 700 for the Blackheart Corsair Hambos. So we're going to see Repeater Crossbows coming in at 580, 330, and 800 for the Dark Riders. Very interesting. 950 for the Vampire Fleet Admiral. We're going to see 110, 400 from the Carronade, and that thing blasted the caster. This caster was half shot after about a minute, which is very interesting. 17 from the Mortars, 300 from the Tide of Scold, which is, yeah, that's the same value here as these. Let's see if they actually did any better. Oh my God, 1.6k? Oh, for pole arms, yeah, that makes sense. 1.6k for the pole arms, that is dirty value. 230 there for the pole arms, 600, 770. That's gonna be the most amount of value. That's 4 times its value. That's gonna be up there with some of the highest value I've seen from like a tier 1 cheap unit. 270 there, 1075. That isn't range. That isn't range. A melee infantry unit has got to be some of the most value I've ever seen. 480, 300. So you could probably say maybe is the Regiment Renown worth it? Maybe. It's really hard to say. It's really hard. I mean, if you have the extra money, sure, why not? But yeah, I don't know. Food for thought. Sirens 530. Oh yeah, only 8 there. The Salt Lord Scuttlers really got themselves into a really, really dark place, and they got shot to death. 1,000, 560 there for the Scurvy Dogs, 700, 970, really good. Animated Hulks, just fantastic as always. 700, 800, 1.4k. So 200, yeah, we didn't really see many of the Fellbats. I wouldn't mind seeing some of those summoned around the battlefield, but you know they're never really going to hold super long. They'll kind of blockade places, but yeah. Caster Blaster. Mate, what a game, mate. What a game. Yeah, it's a brilliant game, I must say. Absolutely excellent stuff. I'm gonna have to save. I'm gonna have to put that in. I'm gonna have to save that one. I think it's gonna go in the logic game of all games right there. You'll be seeing that at a caster near you, I'm sure. Yeah, what a game. What a game. Fantastic stuff. Right, so last map is going to be the Mountains of Morn. Yes. Yeah, I was a bit worried for the... I think there was just a little bit of that. There was some unfortunate trading for Puckington in the beginning, and that ticket advantage... I don't know. I think there was some inefficiency on the trades in the beginning. But of course, you had to take care of his Carronade. It absolutely blasted his caster, like just shot that thing to death. But I do wonder maybe actually you could have pushed his caster around the top. I think that maybe that might have been slightly better, but it might have been harder to get the angle you needed for some of this Pit of Shades. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say. But yeah, very, very interesting game. Super close as well. And you know, Lunacy was all in. It was an all-in strategy, and you know, very, very, very patient play from him. You know, absolute salute from me. It was fantastic. I mean, it's something that, you know, I would not have been capable to do myself. Like, if I was sat back there for that long, I would have been panicking. I would have been like, I have no ground. I have no points. Oh my God, what do I do? But yes, very good stuff. All right, Puggyton, what are we doing here, big boy? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have been treated to a game. We have been treated to a game. This is a fantastic game, and this is kind of Warhammer that I love, you know. Not worrying about rules, not worrying about any of that kind of thing. It's just great gameplay, which is exactly what I want to be here for. So game 3, I picked Tzeentch Khorne Wood Elves, banned Khorne. Interesting. Very interesting. I do love watching Khorne. It's just heavy metal, no magic. I don't care. I'm going to run at you, and I'm going to hurt you, and I'm just going to carve you down, or I'm going to die trying. I absolutely love it. He went Dark Elves, banned Khorne 2. So now it's Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. Alrighty. How is Khorne in the current meta? I think for domination, it makes complete sense. Land battles, however, yeah, they're not. I mean, they're okay. They're okay in certain matchups. I mean, are they? Yeah, there's some matchups they do okay in. Yeah, I had to chat with Hanadins quite a bit, and I think like they're okay. They're okay in that battles. I wouldn't say they're great. You know, maybe like C tier or something. But in domination, you know, they're fast, they're furious, really good, strong infantry. I can see how they do well. But yeah, Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. That's going to be a hell of an interesting game. Infantry-wise, you should be seeing... This is very interesting, right? You would think that Dark Elves should have the advantage here, do they? So, we're going to have Treekin, and then we're going to be having Eternal Guard, which are AP Spearmen, going up against Bleak Swords, Dread Spears. Who wins that? My thoughts are that Dryads win with that physical resistance. Good armor, good physical resistance, fast and mobile. That gives me the advantage there for the Wood Elves. That's what I would think. I tried my beloved Khorne in Dom ranked and didn't go so well so far. Sorry to hear that, man. So it's going to be game 3. So who wins? So so who wins? Is the Dark Elves or the Wood Elves? You guys let me know. We're ready to go. We're going to be on the Mountains of Morn, a very interesting map. Vanguard is really important here. So you've also going to be having your Dark Riders coming up against the Glade Riders. That's going to be an interesting matchup as well. 4 of those on either side. You're actually going to get more from the Dark Elves, but some of their skirmish archers. I mean, the problem we have for Wood Elves is that Dark Elves is going to have everything the same but cheaper. Costing is less bad after the recent Minotaur cost changes. Yeah, you know what? I can agree with that to a degree. Because for the Minotaurs, they're so much better for Khorne than they are. Because I'm coaching someone who loves Beastmen, right? He's a Beastmen main. I've got a Tzeentch main. I've got a High Elf main and a Dwarf main, right? And I'm coaching these guys. And the guy that's playing Beastmen having the cheaper Minotaurs really has helped for Beastmen, but not as much as you would have thought. But I could maybe see how that would work for Khorne. Yeah, it's no longer a guarantee. The Minotaur changes have needed to happen for a long time. I think since Warhammer 2, if I'm honest. Butchers at Kalkengard are a really strong pick now. You know, 1500 for a Monstrous Infantry unit has really good armor piercing, silver shield, regen. Oh, strong, man. It's strong. Right, so this is exactly what I expected. You can see it's mass infantry up against mass infantry, range, and it's like we're going to have a master, a firecaster. Okay, haven't seen a firecaster in a while, and we're going to have the Sisters of Singing Twilight. The little nuisances from the abyss that go, hello there, shoot, run, no, hide, no, you will die. Fantastic. Let's have a look here. Alright. Let's dive over. Let's see what we've got on this side of the battlefield. So, Mima's Darkblade here with the Whoop Sword of Cain Zarkan, the Blood Price, and the Demon's Curse. For the Firecaster, we are going to be having Burning Head, as well as the Kindle Flame. And for the Master, there was a Master here. Where's the Master? Oh, there he is. He's in the middle. The Master is going to be just a naked character. Huh. When he's a halberd unit, I don't know. That's a very interesting pick from Lunacy. Master's a cheap anti-large armor-piercing sniper. I mean, I can't hate it. So the nice thing about Dryads here, they're going to be having magic damage. There's kind of no real negative to magic damage these days. There's no magic resistance. There's only damage resistance that's really going to be affecting that. They do have a fire weakness. So of course, Burning Head. Oh, okay, that makes sense for Burning Head. Yeah, Burning Head up against the Dryads is going to be quite strong. Don't worry, I'm just stupid. Don't worry about it. But then we're going to be having, you know, physical resistance to help fight up against their enemies. Vanguard deployment, always super handy. And then lots of the Eternal Guard. So it'll be Eternal Guard with shields, Eternal Guard without shields, and then it's going to just be mass archers. Starfire shafts, Hagbane tips as well to poison all big things. And then the Sisters on an Eagle. Really fast, armor sundering, anti-large. What is the anti-large one here? 75 is absurd. But yeah, okay. You've got to be bonking the Fire Sorceress, and she's going to be on horseback. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Because she's going to get her ass blasted by the Sisters of Twilight. Otherwise, Mimas is going to be feeling the full wrath here of the Bow Ladies. But that could be an interesting one. So here we go. The Crows of Cain have been summoned, so they're going to be keeping the Sisters busy. I wonder if there's going to be any flying units, any Hawk Riders. Unfortunately, I really wish we could see. So, like, for example, when I'm also doing like my recast, I can't see the values in the top left. I can't see any of the summons that could maybe come in. You know, I can't discuss that. You know, it's quite irritating actually. But Dread Spears, Blink Swords coming over. One of the problems you're going to be seeing here is there's going to be a lot of value of numbers for the Dark Elves, which the Wood Elves might suffer to kind of reach those levels. So 42 million defense on 26, going up against 36 on 26. These have AP, these really don't. They also do have the Murderous Prowess, which is going to be helpful for kind of that mid-stage of the battle, but yeah, you're going to see the Wood Elves here struggle a fair amount. They're really going to need their archers to do some good work. Ammo has been used. Where's the caster? Here. Crow's going to be waiting. The shotgun shots from the Sisters will also be really nice. If you, yeah, there you go. As you can see, they now go to bonus versus infantry of 40, which is actually still bloody huge. Going to shoot in the Bleak Swords here. Can certainly blast the arse here with the Dread Spears, but here we go. What do we have here? Scourge Runner Chariots. Now, anti-large shots incoming. You can see it happening here. Now, we can firewall forward here with the Glade Guard. And we have Dryads ready to go. Lots of damage on the Dread Spears. They do have silver shields. And here we go. Dryads moving forward. We're going to capture here with the Eternal Guard. Good capture on domination point 1. That is the advantage side here. Is it? No. That's actually going to be the disadvantage side. So both sides pushing on their disadvantage because, of course, you have these Vanguard deployments nice and close. 2 is going to be going in the advantage of green, but the Eternal Guard are running away. Archers moving in. It looks like the Crows of Cain moving across. Here we see Mimus and big shots up against the Firecaster. Glade Guard getting shut down. We're going to be pushing into the back here. We need some level of cavalry to come through. What do we have here? The Wild Hunters of Kurnos come to the battlefield. The big bad boys. They are large and in charge. And they're going to fight here up against Mimus Darkblade. Moving into the back, we actually see the sisters getting into hand-to-hand combat as we charge down up against these Scourge Runner chariots. We do see the Crows of Cain fighting as well, getting that healing in combat as they're now going to be fighting up against some of the Wild Riders. In the backside, what do we have here? We have Dark Riders moving on the battlefield. Cavalry has a lot less of a presence here. And we do see Glade Guard shooting down on the bottom. They're going to be firing up against the Dark Shards. They do have shields, which is, is rather handy in the long term. They're now going to be bolting up against Dryads. That armor there is going to get negated quite nicely. And we have some of the Eternal Guard in the backside. So they're going to fight. They're probably going to lose. But, it is what it is. There's not a lot you can really do about it. And in the middle, we are now going to be in the Wood Elf advantage. So Wood Elves have 1, Wood Elves have 2, and this is going to be a close game. I don't know what Lunacy has here in the back pocket. He needs to hold on this side. Could he force a right-to-left rotation, taking out simultaneously some of the Glade Guard in the back and then getting a rear pinch on domination point 2? It's possible. It's certainly possible. Sisters being a bit of a nuisance in the middle. Bleak Swords charging forward, but, what are they going to do here? They're not going to have the mass to hold back the Sisters. But the Cold-Blooded Knights might. In the pocket, Dryads getting on that domination point 1. We do see some of the cavalry getting ready. Dryads holding back some of the Bleak Swords. Archers in the middle with the Firebark Elders. Now, Firebark Elders really nice. They have the Wildfire Aura giving that 20% flame resistance, which is going to be cutting out the majority of the weaknesses here coming forward. So we're going to counter there with some cold ones. Anti-large armor piercing. A bit of a nightmare in general, as they also catch the Glade Guard in the backside. Spellsinger of Life on the battlefield. She'll be bringing the Dwellers below, as well as the Earthbound Dwellers will be used here for certain on the Cold One Knights. Shooting the backside, the Sisters of Twilight will do that good shotgun spread here up against the Cold One Knights. And some of the Dark Shards in the middle are going to be blasting the arse here of the Eternal Guards. Domination 1-1 going to be held, but not without a little bit of a fight here. We can see Eternal Guards going to be taking down the Bleak Swords and going to be blasting with the Glade Guard here, shooting up against the Dark Shards. And the middle Dread Spears fighting up against the Eternal Guard. Now, that's a pretty even fight there. Melee defense should show true for the Dread Spears eventually. But we do see that the Wild Hunters in the back just causing havoc everywhere. As they do best. Up to 101 kills already. That is some fantastic work. And that's going to be 725 value already on the battlefield. So value is 5.7k for the first time. Podington is going to be taking the lead. And listen, we've seen what he can do in a deficit, let alone being in the lead. But I believe in my boy Lunacy. I think he can get back into this. Domination 1-1. It's up and down here. It's up and down. It looks like the Fireback Elder is going to push. The tanky boys are going to be getting on. Mimus, though, has his chops around the Spellsinger. This could be an interesting one. Spellsinger is fast. She just has some pretty decent speed. And it... Oh, no. Oh, no. No, Spellsinger. Maybe a Dweller's Blow here. Dweller's Blow could be a possible. Maybe. Maybe. She's dying really fast, though. We need something in there ASAP. The situation is looking pretty foobar in the middle, I must say. The spell bar, yeah, I think she's gone here. And then we're actually going to be chasing off the Sorceress. Oh, God, big hits from Mimus. And that is all she wrote there in the middle. Domination point 1 now is going to be going into Lunacy's favour. Values at 6.3 up against 7.4. Clawing it. Clawing it. Domination point 2 is going to be held, but it's like, lose Domination point 1. Bit more pressure here on Domination point 3, like that. Harpy is going to be compromising the Glade Guard. They have run out of ammo. What sort of values here are we talking for the big boys? 83 kills, 780. Not bad in total. Glade Guard moving back into the middle. They have some love still to give here on the battlefield. And we are going to be having the Glade Riders with Spears. So they're going to be fighting up against the Cold Ones. Not really good for them. They're armoured and anti-large with some decent armour piercing. And more Glade Riders, maybe finishing off the Dark Riders. Yeah, kind of, you know, fighting into the middle, prevents them from going off and being resummoned. More Dark Riders in the middle. The Sisters are coming across, but, you know, what's their job here? What are they going to look to do? Wood Elves are just about holding it. Just about. These boys shatter. And it looks like the Cold One's gonna be mixing in for a couple of, you know, a couple of drinks with the boys. Dark Riders move, that should be enough to tip the scale, I would have thought. And the Dark Elves now going to be a 2-to-1 advantage. Oh no, is it 3-to-1 now? It looks like it's going to be a 3-to-1. Reginald, my boy, what's going on? Oh, I don't know, this is a flippy flip scale going on here. Domination with 3 now going in the Wood Elf favour. We have some boys in the trees though. They're going to be diving forward. Who knows? So it looks like here, people think the Dark Elves are going to be winning. Dryads moving forward. Bleak Swords have no interest. I don't blame them, actually. You could screen off this right-hand side of the map from these boys here. And it looks like the Bleak Swords going to be trying to get away here from the Dryads, but they're pretty damn quick. Domination point 3 is going to be held. Dryads have been broken. Now, what do? We are going to be in the damage advantage of about 1,200. It's kind of settled here a little bit. Bleak Swords have pushed forward, and this could be a problem. We're in the back spawn now. What is this here? So, the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, not looking great. They're on 0 leadership. If they get into combat, they're probably going to break. You probably might want to withdraw them. It's hard to say. It's really, really hard to say. Dryads in the middle. Domination point 1 is looking pretty open. These Cold Ones, though, are proving to be a little bit of a problem. 90 armor, anti-large and armor piercing certainly is a recipe for disaster. What's going on here, though? The Firebuck Elders, they're going to be scrapping like the champions of old. And there we go, negative 18 as the Lord leaves. And yeah, they're going to turn and burn. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. In the backside here, Starfire Shaft's going to be getting shut down by the Duck Riders. Dryads moving in. It's going to be quite a bit of a push here in the pocket. And, you know, what's quite nice here with the Master, yes, he does have Encourage. So I think that's a, you know, a +4 leadership aura in the middle. Oh, there's going to be an Eagle on the battlefield. A Great Eagle's going to dive down here up against the Sorceress of Fire. Now, she brings a lot of armor piercing. About 360 weapon strength, I think. No, 390, pretty decent. Sisters and then also the Wild Hunter's going to be chasing after the Fire Sorceress. Now, can we shut down these Duck Shards? Fear plus a rear charge, you know, that negative 24 leadership probably could go quite far here. Glade Rider Spears getting chased off. Master in the middle, he's going to be holding. And it looks like the Dark Elves have a pretty strong hold on this middle domination point. Glade Rider Spears are going to be the true champions of old. They are holding back the tide of Druchii on the way. And it looks like the Firecaster has broken. That's really going to open up the map here quite a bit. Dark Riders, Dread Spears moving on to Domination point 3. And, oh, that is not good here. That is not good. Yeah, you've got to back off there, my boy. You've got to back off. This is super close here on the battlefield. Dark Elves were holding on to Domination point 1 as a 2v1. And it looks like Reginald might be losing the lead here if you're not careful. This is a super tight game. So it's going to be 1,600 in the advantage. He's winning on the damage value, but he's not winning on the battlefield. There is just pure numbers. You can see that dark blue across the battlefield. I don't know. We need to capitalize on this, though. This being open is huge. There's nothing to stop it. There's nothing to, you know, essentially allow the Wood Elves to maintain this position. And so we do get a Burning Head coming across. Not too much damage on the Eternal Guards. The negative 8 leadership, though, could certainly help in the long term. Fire damage on the Dryads as well. It actually shatters their Cold Ones, very interestingly. And there we go. That's the trip cap. That's the trip cap. But we can see Domination point 1 now is going to be getting captured. Oh my god, the Fireback Elders return. The boys. 57 kills, 550, but they hold. In the middle, Dark Riders. And we do shatter some more. Glade Rider Spears need to go forward. They just need to hold back this tide. So they're going to be holding on the edge. This is a really nice strategy that I like. You have the cavalry on the front lines. So even if they engage here, the majority of their troops are not going to be ready to get onto the point. So they charge forward. So they have units on, and the Dark Elves really don't. Now we need to capture this point. We cannot leave it. We cannot. We must fight and hold this. No, the Dark Elves are capturing it. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Domination point 3. Dark Elves have it. It is getting captured slightly. Dryads alongside the Glade Riders are going to be getting onto it. But where is this? It's now 2,000 damage value advantage to Reginald. He's now starting to pull the lead yet again. Natural Eagle. Exactly. Spawn in its natural habitat here up in the Northern Wastelands. And we see in the middle the Sisters of Twilight getting into hand-to-hand combat. And Malice Darkblade here still hasn't used Zarkum. Still going to be fighting on the battlefield. Great Eagle's quite nice. Really good weapon strength. With that fear could be, you know, good to push off these units. Nice rear charge from the Sisters. They break the Bleak Swords. But in diving is going to be Mimas. Mimas is going to go after the infantry because that's the way you're going to stop this being captured. And what is the Eagle going to do? The Eagle doesn't really want to fight those Dread Spears. And no, the Dark Elves keep that Domination point 1. 3 is going to be in the advantage here. You need to capture this. This is a must capture. All of his troops are leaving. All of his troops are leaving. No, you need to capture this. Oh, it's so close. Oh, we've stopped the bleeding. We've stopped the bleeding. It's not pretty, but the bleeding has stopped being deadly at this point. Burning Head wrecks some of the Dryads here in the middle, but they're on the point. Cavalry in behind, we are capturing very quickly here. We need to get this cavalry round as quickly as possible. Great Eagle's coming across. If we can capture that Domination point 1, and I'm saying if we can, we just need to hold off this oncoming tide. We just need to buy time, get infantry troops forward, get the triple cap. That is what is important here. The problem with the Dark Elves is they are playing on borrowed time. They're going to be 2,000 points behind. Are they going to be able to get the troops forward enough just to contest? Time is what they are looking for. Time is what they have, but for how long? That's the question. Domination point 1 here for the big boy. Pugdington is going to be getting on top and dominating yet again. We've got to be careful though. The sneaky Bleak Swords come around the corner, and we are actually going to be getting some of the Dark Shard shields round in the pocket. Bleak Swords breaking, Dark Riders breaking. What do we have though? Don't know how I feel about these Scorchonic Chariots. It was a bit of a bit of a summon, I must say, a bit of a summon. Dark Riders coming through. They have to fight up against the Eternal Guard. Dryads are going to be breaking. And this is the problem. They're going to be spread across the entire battlefield now. But Domination Point 2 is looking like it might be going in the light blue favour. Is it going to happen here, though? That's the question. Lots of bolts coming out of the Dark Riders. Bleak Sword's broken here with the combination of the Sisters, Dryads, and the Glade Guard. This is super close. This is super close. And so we're going to break here with the Scorch Runner Chariots. Infantry moving on here with the Dread Spears. Oh, it's just super close. We need to capture this now. Firecaster is on Domination Point 1, capturing this thing ultimately slowly. Dark Rider's trying to come round the corner. But we are going to be bolting with the Dark Shard, so we need to get something here to compromise this as soon as possible. Mimas is in the pocket. Do we go Zarkin here? Do we wipe out this middle? Use the Reaper of Souls, destroy this unit. The Wood Elves now have the triple cap. Domination point 3 though is getting challenged. Dark Riders will capture this. Bleak Swords are in behind. The Glade Riders come forward. Are they going to be able to stop the bleeding here? Oh, I don't know, but if we could just see this with Lunacy and get these on as quickly as possible, maybe we can get back into this. 14,000 tickets here for Reginald. He has to hold on to those. He has to buy the right unit at the right time, and I think it's going to be the Regiment of Renown. It's going to be the Cavalry. It's got to be the Cavalry. The Wild Hunters are back. The boys here going on a glorious rampage. 1.1k from their last value. Can they get it here? Domination point 1 for the Dark Elves. 1.1 up against 1.3. If we hold 2 here with the Wood Elves, maybe we could get the win here. I don't know. But the Dark Elves take the next one. Oh god, boys and girls, this is getting to be something. In the middle, Mimas is doing the work though. He's going to be at healing cap. No more healing left. It's going to be a Burning Head coming across. This caster has been a nuisance. Super cheap, 120 kills, 1.7k value. This is when you see some of the best players at the top of the game. One spell, one caster, just does all the value. Excellent stuff. Domination point 3. We do move forward here with the Glade Guard. They're going to get charged down by the cavalry. They're going to break. But what do we have in the back pocket? 1.5k was completely slapped across the front here with a unit of cavalry. Is it going to be enough, though? I can't help but think just a couple of Dryads here and there might have been the way to protect a lot of these units. Bleak Swords. Where are they going? I think you have to pick one here. Just one capture point to hold. And I think Domination point 1 is it. Cavalry's moving across. The Eagle is on. We have the Sisters in hand-to-hand combat. Dryads moving. They must capture this. They must capture this now. It is here. Oh, I don't know. I think that's it. I think that's it. I don't think there's enough time. Has Lunacy done it? 2 seconds. 1 second. There we go. Araki-Jan, how we doing, my friend? How we doing? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen. Dear God, what a series. Oh, what a series. I don't know what to say. That was an hour and 15 minutes of just pure tense battle. It really was. It really was. And dear God, what a showing. I'm a little bit speechless, man. It was some bloody excellent games. It was some really excellent games. Yeah, Reg, man. I saw the summons. I saw the Regiment Renowned summon, and I thought, could 3 Dryads do better here? I don't know. I just don't know if they're going to get there in time. It was such a tight game, man. It was such a tight game. It was actually funny because that was the first game you actually had the point advantage on damage value. It was the first time I've seen it. And I thought maybe. But there was just so much infantry coming forward from the Dark Elves. There was Bleak Swords and Dread Spears everywhere. Cavalry everywhere. Nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Well played though, man. Well, that was an absolute series between you two. That was an absolute series. Yeah, there was a bit of that on both sides. But listen, we could always do everything better, you know. And I think between you two, they're fantastic, you know. And I was saying, you know, with you guys, like with the Sorceresses, like in both games, you know, you took just a Pit of Shades, which is a very expensive spell. You know, you got yourself 1.5 to 1.7k value, and, you know, just a Burning Head on this one, 1.8k. Like, it's great to see, you know, really good players playing against each other and getting these values from, you know, Mimus and casters. And I was very interested by the Master Summon. Maybe this is something you could elaborate on. What was the purpose of the Master? Was it simply just having courage and bolster the battlefield for the Dread Spears and Bleak Swords? Was it for that full leadership? Like, what was the reason for having the Master there? Because I think a Naked Master is still quite expensive. You know, and I was a little bit... I was interested to see, like, for example, if he bought, you know, maybe just a unit of Black Ark Corsairs, maybe, I don't know. No, 100% Reginald, 100%. It's like, in your first game, like, for example, the props, hat off to Lunacy, the way that he played the game so patiently with the Vampire Pirates, like, I would never have done that. I would have never have held off and gone, right, I will get the damage here, and then I will do that slow push. When he did that slow push, I was like, God damn, what is happening here? You're behind on damage value, you then caught up, you then managed to get the triple cap. Amazing finish to the game. Yeah, it was like so much amazing, like, patient play. It was so much patient play. Like, players that are on that level, they just know. They just know. It's insane. It's insane. But 1.2, I mean, I love the Dryads, man. 1.2, 1.1, 870 there. Great values. You can see just the regular boys as well. Some of them coming in at okay value, some of them doing, you know, I mean, 1.3 here, 800, the rest doing value. Archer's doing pretty decent as well, going in the thousands as well. 2.4k for the Sisters, you know what you get. My positioning in the TK mirror was so bad. Yeah, I think it's one of those ones, like, what it came down to, I think, in just the TK in the early stage was, I think there was some Ushopti great bow play that I think he certainly had the advantage on. The Screaming Meme Catapult, though, was an interesting choice. I kind of liked it, but also didn't. Yeah, it was an interesting one. The TK Mirror was certainly a very interesting one. And I really liked the spears from the regular Skelly Boys. I thought they, certainly brought something. But yeah, in a 20-minute game, especially, of two players of such high quality, a small mistake at one moment can cost you everything. Right, so after that crazy game, and listen, I played against Reginald many times as well, and top player, man, top player, top bloke as well, fantastic stuff. Thanks for the excellent games, man. Thanks for the excellent games. So that'll be Lunacy moving on to the final. Now that means Reginald will be back for the next game on Wednesday, I think. Well, I think that automatically gets you a place, I think, or something like that. And now we're going to go up against two players that I don't know. Felix King lost 2-1 here to... I don't even know how I'm going to try and pronounce that. Sarisa? And then Schnoz beat Firefox 2-1. So there's been some really close games today. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Alrighty. Let's get the boys in. Moors, if you're watching, my friend, I just sent you a message. I'll let you decide what you want to do about that. I'm open and happy to do whatever. No, of course, man. No. Of course, you're very welcome for me to cast. Like, I just appreciate you guys coming on and playing. Right? It's just amazing having these fantastic games to cast. That's half of it, right? I can put on a certain level of gameplay, but you guys, step it up and beyond anything that I'm capable of, for sure. Right, so just waiting for the boys to join up. Yeah, no problem, Reginald. No problem at all, dude. Yeah, it's quite late here as well, actually. It's 9:30 here. Well, what we'll do, boys and girls, we will just wait here for the guys. Ah. This will be the Broken Leg Gully. Lovely stuff. Alright, so lobby is set up for you both. Thank you very much for joining me. We're going to be having two players that I know nothing about, but it looks like it's going to be Zinch against Norska, which I'm very excited for. But Reginald, I'm going to say it again. Thank you very much, my friend. You take care of yourself, okay? And we'll be seeing you soon. We'll be seeing you soon, I'm sure. I'm sure you'll be doing very well, and you and Lunacy certainly have the capability to be in the finals, and that wouldn't surprise me at all. So take care of yourself, my friend. Sleep well, and we'll see you in future tournaments. So we're going to be having Zinch here coming with the Severed Claw. It looks like it's also going to be, so it's going to be the Regiment Renowned Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. No, Chosen of Tzeentch, sorry. And then, oh, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Ah. I see that CA still hasn't fixed its oh god. Alright, I'm back in. Yeah, sorry chaps. On me again. Right. So let me pop back in just 2 seconds. Gonna go double check what the old scoreboard there. Actually, I could check it here actually. Let's see what the scoreboard was. Google football. What was the football score for America? So Netherlands beat Senegal 2-0. Argentina tomorrow against Saudi Arabia at 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, USA Wales was 1-1. Very interesting. And of course, the ENG boys beat Iran 6-2. So tomorrow, 1 o'clock, Denmark against Tunisia. That'll be I mean, Tunisia, I think, might struggle there. I'd like to watch Denmark play. I think I quite like a lot of their players. And then Argentina, Saudi Arabia is, it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one. Any of you guys watching the World Cup at the moment? Any of you guys enjoying it? We did a sweepstake, actually, the other day. The housemates of mine. There's 3 of us, myself, Ducky, and my other half. We had a bit of a sweepstake. I have the pictures here somewhere. I better share with you guys in a bit what what we got. I think the only notable team Ducky got was Argentina. I had some notable teams. I had, I think, like England, Brazil, Netherlands, I think one more. And then, our other housemate, she got pretty much everything else, which was quite hilarious. Alright, well, we appear to be in. I can't hear much. Ah, there we go. Alright, so let's sort this out. Schnorch. Nerexa. Let's put that in the middle. Lovely stuff. Right, let's go over the builds. So Norska against Tzeentch. Very interesting one. There we go. So we are going to have the Severed Claw on the back, the aspiring champion Regiment Renown. These bad boys had a massive hit point buff, and I think there was something else, but I can't remember. Chaos Warrior Halberds. We're also going to have Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. These bad boys, have their Warp Flame plus the fire and magic damage, which is always quite nice. Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, they're going to have those silver shields, good armor, and then Fate Weaver in the sky, Life Leeching, Greater Arcane Conduit, nice little combo there. Regrowth, Penumbral Pendulum, the Blue Fire, Scroll of Destiny, Gaze of Fate, and then the Oracle of Eternity. Yes, interesting. So, on the flip side for Norska, we are going to be having the Marauder Horse Masters and some Horsemen, backed up here by the regular Marauder boys with some Marauder Hunters. These are our boys throwing axes with also the Shield Breaker ability. We're going to be having the Marauder Champions as well in behind these bad boys. Pretty good melee defense, good armor, relatively good overall. Metal Caster straight away coming out the gate, metal shifting, and just the Plague of Rust there with final transmutation. Marauder Champions, Marauders, Throwing Axe Hunters as well, with some Marauder Spearmen, Marauder Champions, and some more Marauder Hunters. The Lord Choice is probably going to be the big... Oh, there is no Lord Choice. Who is the Lord Choice? Does it have a Lord? I guess maybe not. I don't see a Lord. Maybe I will find one later. In the sky, Fate Weaver is going to be using Blue Flame, I think, going down up against the Throwing Axes. They're going to try and counter the Marauder Horsemen. 80 range up against 80, so it's going to be, you know, a little bit tit for tat there. I don't see this Lord. If anybody sees a Lord, do let me know, but I can't see one. Metal Caster in the middle. He's going far. I think actually he probably wants to come around this way, but, you know, we'll see. So throwing javelins in the middle, axes coming over the top. That is so much damage from those hunters. So much damage. Marauders on the point, and this is going to be, I think, some of the problems you're going to find with Tzeentch. Tzeentch really struggled to go cheap and wide. They could do mass blues, they could do mass Marauders, but they're just going to get dominated here by the Marauders. You know, they do have the Rage, which, you know, leadership melee attack is good, but they do circumvent that physical resistance. Tzeentch all heavy magical attacks. Border Hunters coming forward, those throwing axes, you know, really will help dominate up against the warriors of Tzeentch. Infantry diving onto Domination Point 1. We actually have some Forsaken coming forward. Forsaken will lose to Marauder Champions. I don't know about these Halberds. Halberds, it's going to be pretty even. It's going to be pretty even. Spears on Domination Point 3. It looks like Red here is going to be capturing for Tzeentch. Interesting stuff. So, throwing javelins coming over the top. And now we have some pink boys in the back. Marauder Horsemen diving on the right-hand side. Marauder Hunters, though, going to be struggling here a little bit. Good shots up against Fate Weaver. Not known for his melee stats. Now, Furies diving down on the Throwing Axes. Throwing Axes do some lovely work here on the Halberds. Marauder's going to be fighting in combat, doing pretty decent damage up against the Forsaken. Warp Flame being activated, though, reducing that armor. And Marauder Horsemen is each coming around the corner. Marauder Champions now going to fight up against those Furies. Metal Caster. So it's like Plague of Rust was activated here on the Halberds. That's going to help quite a bit in the fight. Javelins getting fired up against the Marauder Champions. I think Throwing Axes need to come deal with these bad boys. Or get some cavalry around the corner. So Norse get capture the middle. Norse get capture Domination Point 3. And they're going to be very close. Oh, they do capture Domination Point 1. The triple cap coming early here from Schnoz. And by the way, Schnoz, that's an excellent name. I'm a big approver of that. Here we go. The Norscan Ice Wolves. The bad boys. Norse's such a goddamn cool faction, man. They're so gangster. But here we go. They're going to be fighting against the Horsemen of Tzeentch. They're going to try and kite as much as possible. But these boys, they do have the Frostbite ability really strong with Strider. And it's going to mean that these brutal Horsemen of Tzeentch are not going to get away too quickly. They're going to do the damage. They're probably going to break them. Then they're going to get out and just ignore the Forsaken. No, they're actually not going to be able to do that. Lots of damage incoming then. But hold on there for that. Norscan Ice Wars, they're going to be around. Probably want to get onto the Pink Horrors, but Pink Horrors can fight in combat. Got to be careful there. Coming forward, Screamers. These bad boys certainly going to do some good work on the Marauder Horsemasters, etc. Blue Blast down the middle. And in the middle, the Marauder Berserkers. The bad boys. Anti-infantry, mass weapon strength. These boys thump so goddamn hard. Plus that Berserk mechanic. Going up to plus 13 melee attack is insane. In the middle, the Shaman Sorcerer. Just going to be diving back and forward here. And it looks like it's going to be an overcasted final transmutation down on Fate Weaver. And that's not bad. That's going to be really good permanent damage. Might even force a regrowth. In the middle, going to be capturing a lot of the pink horrors as well. And that pink and blue bombardment catching a lot of the Marauder Horsemasters. Just tit for tat here. Schnoz, though, is going to be taking the advantage on tickets and damage value. Domination, point 1, though, in the advantage here with Forsaken and the Chaos Warrior Halberds. Fury is going to be diving down here on the Marauders. And Marauders, they turn and burn. These Furies are going to get burnt hard. So, Ferromanticore coming across the map. And, yeah, maybe it could be terrifying some of these Forsaken. That could, you know, go quite a long way. But the boys at the back here not too happy there with the pink and blue flame. And we're now going to be looking for a place there for these big armor-piercing flyers. Where they're going to go, what are they going to do? And these Marauders up to 59 melee attack. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. They are butchering you if you're infantry right now. In the middle, Chaos Warriors. Oh, do we see some flamers in the back? Oh, I love that. Oh, no. The Manticore's going to die straight in. We have Ice Wolves in the backside as well. These boys are garbage in melee. 12 melee defense. And it looks like here we're actually going to get a pin with the Gaze of Fate. We're going to try and get away. But the Norscan Ice Boys are in the backside. And these Flamers are getting their booty well and truly paddled in the backside. Look at this. So much damage. And the Ice Boys, they've done the job. They've done the job of absolute champions. In the middle, we are going to see Marauder Horsemen just kind of hanging around, acting all cool. Halberds going to be just on Domination Point 1. So 550 tickets going up against 80. 2 captures now against 1. So there's still time to come back. There's still time to come back. What do you guys think, though? Are we thinking Norska here, or you're backing the Zinch boys? In the middle, Marauders plus the Beasts of Tashnar. These bad boys, if you don't know, missile resistance, 50%. Huge. Immune to Psychology thanks to Frenzy, Strider, and decent bonus to Large, 14. You know, so expect that at that spear level, you know. That anti-large is so goddamn juicy from these boys. Now maybe they could come around the corner, attack the Screamers. That could be a pretty good way to do this. Oh, Northern Ice Boys in the back yet again. MVPs for me. They're going to be shutting down here the Marauder Horsemen of Zinch. They've broken them as well. Really nice stuff. Great pick up there from Schnoz. So it looks like it's going to be 7,000 damage there up against 8.5. So Norexa is going to be about 1.5k behind. But we've seen people come back from this deficit. In the middle, Forsaken going to be butchering the Marauders. Very nice stuff there. Marauders, they've done the work. They've done the work. 84 kills, 650 value. Not too bad indeed. Not too bad indeed. Blue Flame down the line is going to break one of the Marauder Horsemen. The rest is going to be quite collected here. I see this quite a bit where you have quite a few cavalry units kind of stacked on top of each other, which can be a little bit of a nightmare here and there. Coming across, Fate Weaver is not looking hugely happy, but you know he has a regrowth in the pocket when he needs it. Severed Claw can certainly do with a bit of healing, but these bad boys, with Plague of Rust going down to 90 armor, Fate Weaver is going to be in as they fight up against Marauder Berserkers, and now a rear charge here from the Forsaken. So that is bye-bye Berserkers, but you know, they tried hard. Beast of Tashnar moving in, and they will collapse on Fate Weaver, and these boys are devastatingly strong. They will tear through Fate Weaver in a matter of seconds if you're not careful. Oh, this could be devastating. Is Fate Weaver going to get out of here? I smell a regrowth. I smell a panic regrowth coming through. We're going to pin in the Manticore with the Gaze of Fate, and the Screamers are going to finish off the bad boy. They're going to rip him to shreds. But I think here, the Beasts of Tashnar. No, you can't run away. You must finish off Fate Weaver. Where are you going? Oh, they got terrified. Oh, boys. Oh, I think if you hopped on that, that might have been a dubski. Oh, I think here Norexa is going to be, you know, wiping that sweat off his brow there. I think he just about got away with that one. But the Beast of Tashnar, they're back. The boys are back in town. Now, they've got their leadership back up above 50%, so ITP's back in bounds. But the Severed Claw, the boys are doing bits. They've got to push out here up against the Marauder Hunters, dive in with the Marauder Horsemasters, and then get some of those throwing axes back. I reckon that's where we go with this. Fate Weaver Overcast, casting a little bit of damage on himself there, but 2.8k, it's not over yet. Domination Point 3 is being held by Norska. What do we have here on left on the battlefield? So Marauders coming across, Beast of Tashnar. I actually think we bring the Beast of Tashnar over into the corner. We can then force over the Chaos Warrior Halberds, and then bring the other Marauders on the other side. You can't attack both. You can't attack both. And one is going to be capturing somewhere. There we go. Love that. So Plague of Rust goes down. Marauders dive in. Now, the Marauders do have his chevron, so they're going to be doing pretty well here. Beast of Tashnar can now get a nice juicy rear charge. Fate Weaver's close. Marauders diving on. Domination Point 1 is looking pretty open at this point. Now, we do actually see some of the Ice Boys in. They're pretty damn decent. You know, 48 weapon strength. Pretty good there for 48 models. They'll shred through Screamers in a matter of seconds. They nearly butchered the Metal Caster, but they're going to get away with it for now. Fate Weaver's going down, and that is dangerous. because we have Ice Boys nearby. Ice Boys will do the work if you're not careful. Domination point 1, just about being held there by Nerexa. So it's going to be 570 going up against 800 tickets. Close game here so far. Javelin's coming across. Get these on the point. Great weapon marauders will butcher. I'm surprised we didn't see some of these sooner. Actually wouldn't mind moving this infantry past the domination point and just holding back these Chaos Warriors. I find what a lot of people do, they get the infantry on the point and then just hold there. Let that pressure come to them. Go to them. Push them back. Hold them back. Have the tides of chaos come in and butcher your enemies. And here we go. The weird spawn diving forward. Terror mixed in with armor sundering. Pretty decent weapon stats with 160 weapon strength. You know, they thump and they thump hard. Oh, okay. Oh my god, there's so much damage. It's one of the reasons that, you know, I train one of my guys that does Tzeentch, and that blue flame up against casters, especially on horseback, is so painful to play against. But of course, Tzeentch, you know, they're no walk in the park. They're not easy, and we can see here, final transportation is going to do lots of damage. Manticore's in! Is this the end of Fate Weaver? This could be the end right here, right now. He's going to try and get away. Is the Manticore going to finish this off, though? I think so. His backside is turned. Low melee defense. Are we going to do it here? He's struggling to get the attack off. He's trying. Oh, Fate Weaver is begging on a prayer here. Norse could take Domination point 1, Domination point 2, and also Domination point 3 as well. We're back on the triple cap, baby, and I think maybe, just maybe, that could be the Dubski. So 2,000 tickets in the advantage on damage, I should say. And oh, Fate Weaver, 5 leadership, 450 health, and he gets desummoned. Clutch plays there coming from Nerexa just before he teeters over into those army losses. God damn it. God damn it. So we can see here the Shaman Sorcerer Metal really is now going to have the full battlefield to work with. Not worrying there about some of those blue flames. Excellent stuff. Throwing axes coming into the middle, and the weird spawn, it's not looking great for them. You know, the Great Weapon Marauders, you know, they've been dealt with rather quickly. Marauders are going to do all the same job. I don't know, though. I don't know if the Monstrous Infantry are going to have it here. Norscan Ice Balls will dive across, and they've got enough weapon strength to butcher these boys. You can look at the damage they're getting taken on those. That is 1.3k, I think, unfortunately, down the drain. That's unfortunate. Halberds, and then also Forsaken. The nice thing about Forsaken, really mobile. But Halberds, Forsaken, moving on to Domination Point. Ice Wall is going to be shredding through these Furies like they don't even exist. So they're gone, and now we actually see the Ice Walls probably chasing the Brutal Horsemen. I think that was a mistake. This must be a mistake here. Now they do break the Beast. Oh, it's the Beast of Tashnar. They do break them. I don't know. No, I think that was a mistake. But it looks like here the Manticore is going to be in behind, so you know, maybe. So we see the Shaman Sorcerer in the pocket. What I'm going to do here about the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. We don't really have much. Throwing axes here, diving down on the Chaos Warriors. They're going to have so much value. 450 there for this one. 32 for 1,200. Yeah, they're just so goddamn good. Even in Warhammer 2 for me, I feel like these were really underrated. Forsaken coming across. What do we see here? Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch now maybe going to come onto the Domination Point. Marauder Spearmen. Marauder great weapons as well, going to move on to the point now. It's going to be an infantry fest in the middle. Tzeentch have to do something, and they have to do it now. 1,300 tickets here for Norska, going up against 725 there for Tzeentch. Diving down on the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, and there we go. GG's well played. For all the Norscan fans out there, there's a dub for you. There's a dub for you. I know you've been waiting in the wings, hoping, praying. But the boys came through. The boys came through. Excellent stuff. So it looks like the Lord choice was actually Norscan Warhounds, maybe. These bad boys got 0 value. Schnoz, though, comes through with the big stuff. Comes through with the big stuff. Let's get that going there. So that's the 1 ticket. Right. Let's jump into the values here. So 304, 600, 775 there from the Marauders. that plague grass really nice there to kind of supplement the these very strong infantry units. 85 there from the Marauder Spearmen. Love leaving just a unit of Spearmen on your home advantage. It's so nice. You want to come challenge this, but you better bring some infantry, and it's going to take you some time. And then by that time they get to you with that infantry, you can support that. Just having a rogue unit of Marauder Spearmen here and there is quite nice. 700, 500, and 1050 from the Marauder Champions. Great weapon variant for an extra 100. You lose the shield, but it's only bronze. You lose that melee defense, which is always quite nice from an infantry perspective. But the armor piercing is really strong, especially up against Siege. They have good access to armor. Yeah, a bit of an interesting one there. So 740, 770 from the Marauder Horse Masters, 250 from the Marauder Horsemen. 1.3, 660 there from the Marauder Hunters. Yeah, very strong indeed. More Spearmen in the back pocket. 600 there from the Norscan Warhounds with poison. 4 and 700 from the Marauder Great Weapons. Surprised we didn't see more Great Weapons, but I'm a big fan of this. Big fan of the Marauder Berserkers. Maybe some Brutes of the Hound would have been quite nice, but I think they, more than likely would have died all the same. 614, 650, and 380 there from the Marauder Berserkers. 1.4k there for the Metal Sorcerer. Very good stuff, really not spending too much. 980 from the Ferromanticore. Oh, he did have a Chieftain in the back pocket, but of course, probably just keeping it cheap. Don't really need him. 0, 280, 1100 there for the Norscan Ice Wolves. 820 from the Beasts of Tashnar. Yeah, pretty good stuff. Now, Fate Weaver. 2,550. Yeah, he probably pays for himself. Right? The one thing, I didn't see any regrowth, and it's probably, for me, one of the main reasons you bring him. Maybe there was some regrowth on the Severed Claw. Only 850 for them. I really, really, really think, and I think this about a lot of Zinch players, I really do think that Fate Weaver is just too much. He costs too much, and I just don't think he brings that to the battlefield. The nets are nice. I must admit, the 3 nets are nice. I just can't help but thinking a caster, pink flame, blue flame, caster on a disc, and, the chaos summon, the spawn summon. It's costing you 1.6k. Half the value. And he's probably going to get the same damage across the battlefield. Pink Flame would be really good up against the Marauders. You can keep spamming it. You get that lore passive going. I don't know. I really like the Marauder Horseman of Zinch. I think that was a nice pick. Maybe we could have seen some more of these. It's hard to know, but the Halberds in there, 1,050, 880. We saw here 480 and 1,040. 500 for the Weird Spawn. Really good supporting Monstrous Infantry unit with Armor Sundering. Really works nicely here with Forsaken. By the time we got to the battlefield, it was on its own, so its actual impact on the match was never going to be too much. It's really hard there. The Zinch Chaos Lord has the hardest drip in the game, though. The hardest drip. What do you mean by that, Larry Mad? What do you mean the hardest drip? We are going to be having 940 and 1,300 for the Forsaken and 450. Yeah, Forsaken did well. Really mobile, especially under Zinch. They have that shield, decent armor, good melee stats. They really burst through infantry nice and quickly. I'm a big fan of those. 600, 730 there from the Screamers. Pink coming in at 400, 600 from the Furies. And, hold on to your hats when I say this. Hold on to your hats. Screamers and anything with bonus plus large or lots of armor piercing, always going to do really, 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 really well. Against any large monstrous infantry, such as Ferromanticores, etc. I feel 9 times out of 10 in all my experience of ever playing this game, Chaos Furies, I just feel like really hold up to the mark compared to Screamers. They really do. They really do. You save 100 gold, they still perform excellently well. They're incredibly fast. I just think value-wise they trade better, but it's just a small thought, small opinion. It's very. His clothing style is immaculate. Oh, love that, love that. That is actually what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Right, so let's look here at what the next map is. Can I remember off my head? Can I? Yes, it's Arnheim. It's Arnheim. So, picks from Schnoz. Dark Elves, High Elves, Zinch ban the Vampire Pirates. I'm very interested to see what the global bans were. So for the last game for Reginald, up against Lunacy, global bans were... Global bans... Zinch? No. Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh, the Vampire Count, Skaven. Interesting. Interesting. Skaven's an interesting one. I've seen Zinch banned a fair amount. Nice. Yeah, I'm just obviously thinking, saving yourself 1,000 to 1,500 gold that you could put into some more infantry, some blues, etc. That could really help you fight up against the Marauder front line. Yeah, it's tough. And you get a caster that's going to give you similar value, 2,000 to 2,500, who's going to pay for himself, is what you would hope from a caster lord. You're paying for regrowth, and then you're also going to be paying for that net that you can only use 3 times. And listen, don't get me wrong, it's great. It's absolutely fantastic, and that net really does come in clutch. You also get Terror. Now, there's something else to take into consideration. You certainly pay for that. I don't know. Thinking about it. The big bird, though, does... he does die quite quickly. So, yeah, there's arguments for both sides, that's for sure. So, Vampire Counts, Cathay, Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos. They were the bands. Okay, thank you. Thank you, my friend. So, pick Dark Elves, ban Dark Elves. High Elves versus Dark Elves. Well, the Asur against the Druchi. Who win, ladies and gentlemen? Is it going to be the Asur or is it going to be the Druchi? And we're going to be playing here on Arnheim. You let me know. You let me know. What you thinking? What you thinking? I never shared that in the end. I really should have shared that. I didn't share that. I'd actually gone live. You can tell I haven't done this in a while. Alrighty, what are you guys thinking? Also got a vote there on the Druchi. Very interesting. Not sure what I'm thinking here. I think maybe the High Elves actually could do quite well. They got a lot of, they got far much cheaper units. Yeah, I mean, they got very cheap archers now, which is is quite devastating. Having those, it's not much, but going, losing 10% cost on those archers is pretty huge. It's pretty huge. I think, archers for 450 that, really dominating range. And then just mass spearmen to go wide on the map really could be a problem. Really could be a problem. Hey, Hank, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. It's been a while, my friend. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Good luck, Logic. Shame I need to work tomorrow, so good night. Hope it all goes well. Well, thank you very much, my friend. It was really nice to see from you. Take care of yourself. Let's get those unit caps on. So let's have a look tomorrow. Tomorrow's football. So Argentina against Saudi Arabia. I could see that being a 4-5-0 win, I think. Denmark against Tunisia, 3-0, maybe. It really depends what sort of Haaland turns up. Oh no, he's Norwegian. I do apologise, not Denmark. Who's going to be the Denmark lineup, I wonder? Denmark line up versus Tunisia. Let's have a look. Can we see? So in the group actually, so it's Australia, Denmark, France, Tunisia. France couldn't have asked for an easier pool, I'm going to be honest. Denmark should comfortably come second. Comfortably. So it's been the win probability, Denmark 61%, Tunisia 15%. It's probably more than I would have given them. Draw 24%. Interesting. Interesting. Let's look at the lineups. See. Oh, there is no lineups yet so far. Interesting. Argentina. Oh, that'd be interesting. Argentina versus Saudi Arabia. Can't wait for Bolt Fiends. IR the Blood Rat Medusa. Yeah, Blood Rat Medusas, you know, I think, you know, in the same way that the Asur got some changes to theirs, I can't help but think that the Dark Elves need some changes on some units. You know, like Blood Rat Medusas getting maybe a, you know, a bit of a buff, maybe would be the end of the world. There's no lineup yet, I don't think. You know what? Saudi hasn't done too bad in their last couple of games. I mean, it really depends who they've played, but they've got 3 draws, 2 wins, and a loss. Argentina have got 5 wins and a draw, so it's kind of what you expect. No one seems to have the lineup yet. Interesting. All these guys are ready, just waiting for Nerexa. Both are ready. Well, let's kick it into overdrive, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting peeps, apologies for my late arrival to Mr. Mark. You never have to apologise, my friend. You never have to apologise. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Light Armoured Archers. Wow. I mean, you're paying 25 gold for, what, 25 armour? Or golden armour? I'd probably take that. I would probably take that. So, Malagith going up against, 3 Dark Rider cross... not the Dark Rider crossbows, what are these called? I forgot what these are called now. I forgot what that artillery piece is called. It's like the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower, but the Druchi version. Very interesting. So, 5 units of Black Ark Corsairs. To challenge regular spearmen, because I think they... No, they should beat Silver and Guard. It'll be pretty close. It'll be pretty close. Because neither really have the armor piercing. Mr. Mark Clark, my friend. How are you? Yes, a fellow logician, for sure. There is no more beautiful sight than having the big boy Teclis on his Arcane Phoenix. Look at the beauty of this thing. It's so majestic. It is. I mean, you boys know me, a dwarf guy at heart, but yeah, they really put some love into this. So, you know, fire resistance, physical resistance, great arcane conduit, enfeebling foe, sword of Teclis, bound fiery convocation, and the potion of Chiroid there with the net of Amatok. Lovely stuff. What are these called? Oh, they are Reaper Bolt Throwers. Okay. I did say... no, I said repeater crossbows. Yeah, so 5 units of the Black Ark Corsairs here on the front. We're going to get triple of the Reaper Bolt Throwers. Bleak Swords, and then some more of the Black Arcs at the top. Malekith here on his dragon with a noxious breath. The gaze of Malice Soul Stealer. And that's it. That is it. Excellent. On the frontier, we are going to be having Rangers, backed up by the White Lines of Trace. Very good stuff. Anti-infantry boys. And we're going to have some Loffen Seaguard with some light armored archers. And then some shielded boys.
I will.
So it looks like High Elves going to be really trying to dominate 1 and 2. And it looks like the Dark Elves, which, you know, in tradition I've seen, if you try and do all 3, can be a bit of a nightmare. Dark Elves not moving over here at the top. So you can see here, yeah, I'd like to say that you can get quite a nice advantage on this lip here. To maybe try and see if we can shoot down onto the point. If we maybe get a couple of range units coming in from here. Maybe something with Stalk shooting down on top. Yeah, it should be quite nice here. Should be quite nice. So in the trees. Black Ark Corsairs. Reaper Bolt Thrower is getting nice and close. I think 380 range? 350. 350. 380 must be the High Elf ones, that's for sure. Yes, here we go. So we have an Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower now with 380. Yes, 380. Do these do more damage? 160. Yes, they do more damage. So they're going to be in spread shot. They're going to be firing downtown here, aiming at the Rangers. Malekith. Does he want to fight Teclis? I don't think he does. Enfeebling Foe, negative 26. Now, it's not going to be 24. The reason it's 26 is because you have the Martial Mastery here with the Greater Arcane Conduits at plus 10%. So we're going to be fighting, and Malekith is getting his ass kicked. That's for sure. We're going to have the Potion of Troy with healing here. That also has that damage resistance. I probably would have stuck in that fight a little bit longer. Now, the cheaper Illyrian Reavers, the Archer variant here, went from 700 down to 600 gold, which means, you know, these bad boys really do pack a punch for their value. So Malekith has seen some damage. He's probably not looking too happy at this moment. And, you know, a really good trade there for Schnoz. So firing at the frontier, Bolt Thrower is going to be wrecking the Loffen Seaguard, but they're going to get the battlefield control, and at the end of the day, that is really what is important. In the middle, Rangers going to be seeing the Black Ark Corsairs here in the middle. Reaper Bolt Thrower is firing at the front. Decent damage here on these archers. The value is going to be at 1.6 here for Nextra. But Schnoz, he has the tickets. And at the end of the day, you know, the tickets is what wins you the game. So, Archer Fire here at the front. You're going to be damaging the Black Ark Corsairs. I really like them focusing down one unit. That's quite nice. And we see in the middle here, Squadron of Chariots, you know, they will help counter up against the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Bolt Throwers, what's going to be next? Shooting here up against the Dark Riders, you know, not a terrible plan. But they really don't want to get in range here, the Triple Reaper Bolt Throwers. That could be a bit of a nightmare. Two of these focusing down here on the one Loffen Seaguard unit. They still haven't caught Domination Point 1. Considering they're behind on damage value, they probably want to capitalize on that just a little bit. Coming over, Illyrian Reavers, they really want to get around the corner here really quite quickly. Use Teclis to use Terek here. And it looks like maybe another skirmish here, unfortunately. Malekith is going to be in. Are we going to dive here with Teclis? I probably would have thought so. Bound Fiery Convocation here in the back. Yeah, maybe it could happen. That net of Amtop really can be quite useful. And there we go. We are going to be trying to fight. What is this going to be? Enfeebling Foe. We're going to hop on the dragon here. Reduce that amount of defense. Hit it from behind as well, which is going to further reduce it as a percentage. And then really try and hop here onto Malekith on this big, you know, kind of lummox of a dragon. So now it's going to be Soul Stealer in the middle. So good damage to all of these units in the pocket. And it's going to heal Malekith. Dark Riders charge up against the White Lions, and it looks like the Rangers are going to beat back the Bleak Swords. Good stuff. Domination Point 1, for some reason, these guys are on perfect even tickets, and we could have caught this, you know, last week. But we're not going to be quite taking that advantage here as the Asura. We're falling behind on value. Where are the Horse Archers? The Horse Archers have come down low here. They've given up a Domination Point 3, but are we going to capture this? I don't know. I don't know. Malekith is trying to get away. He does fly, but then the same here for Teclis. we are going to have some of these scary Cold One Knights on the floor. And these bad boys, they are scary. In the back, the Reaper Bolt Throwers, they're going to be shooting here. It looks like now we're going to be capturing it with Schnoz. He sees the error of his ways. Are we going to get forward here with Teclis and net and a Boundfire Convocation on the Black Ark Corsairs? Possibly? No. It's going to be a net here on the Cold One Knights with a bit of scoot and shoot here from the Light Armored Archers. In the pocket, Illyrian Reavers break down up against the Black Ark Corsairs. And now on the backside, Scourge Runner is going to be getting away here. Just about. Just about. Dark Elves moving forward though, and those bolts really moving across the field. They do not capture on Domination Point 1 though, and I think that is a bit of a hardcore throw there. In the middle, Enfeebling Foe activated on Malekith as the Arcane fights. This is not in the value of Nurex either. I don't think that's the right play to be taking here. So Soul Sealer has been activated. I actually really think we take the Potion of Troy. 40% damage resistance plus healing is really nice there in this fight. You know, get that healing, negate the incoming damage, strong. So we're going to be losing Domination Point 1 here, and considering we're behind on value for Schnoz, yeah, that's a bit worrying. A bit worrying. Cavalry diving forward. Cold One Knights getting ready. Looks like we're going to be shooting Malekith. I think we need to be shooting the Cold One Knights here. If we can take down these Cold One Knights, excellent. It looks like now, yes, we are going to be shooting the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers with the Reaper Bolt Throwers. Boundfire Convocation in the back does get a miss. Illyrian Reaver is going to be charging here up against the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows. That's going to be a glorious side charge. Lovely work indeed. They're going to really put the hurting on here. But of course, you know, Cold One Knights is going to be close by. Rangers moving in, but the Scorch Runners have run out of ammo. So now they're just going to be the regular chariots. In the backside, bolts flying here up against the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, as they're going to be bonking onto the back door here of Malekith, just keeping him busy. Moving in is going to be Teclis, 120 speed up against 90. You can hide, Malekith. You certainly can't run. Not today. On Domination Point 1, Bleak Swords here, just holding. I would really try and take advantage of this. We certainly have some Vanguard units we could get onto this Domination Point and, you know, make some nice work of, that's for sure. But tickets now going to be the advantage of the Druchi. As we see some more of the heavily armoured Cold One Knights diving across the field. White Lines of Trace running with their battle axe between their tails. As they're, you know, certainly going to be getting away here as fast as possible. Light Armoured Archers with some more White Lions here breaking. And now we're going to be into the Honey Pocket as we get on top of the Reaper Bolt Throwers and then some of the Skirmish crew. In the middle here, Black Ark Corsairs, 34 models. Not looking good on health, 900 in total. But in the middle, some of the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, sorry, the Reaper Bolt Throwers going to be going. Lots of ammunition in the pocket, 6 in total. Malekith ready to go. And he'll be ready to heal nice and soon. So what is this in the pocket? Oh no! Crows of Cain are in the middle here up against Teclis. We need to use a Potion of Chiroi here now. Damage resistance needs to go down. Healing needs to go up. And butchery of the best up against the Crows of Cain must happen. Enfeebling Foe was used. What can we do here for Teclis though? I don't know. These boys have 82 speed. 120 here for Teclis. He does have the mass advantage as well. But they're going to chase. And for all that early advantage that the High Elves had, it's such a shame to see. It's such a shame to see. They had really good battlefield control. Anyway, he said he could have caught this last week. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I've been a bit harsh, but we can see the Cold One Knights moving up to the top, up against the Illyrian Reaver Archers. And, you know, these brave Bleak Swords going to be holding on the point. Dark Riders now are going to turn and burn here on the Illyrian Reaver Archers. And I think that presence there is going to be well and truly dealt with. Dark Rider shields have been butchered to the best. And we have some Nothing Seaguard in the back. Bound Fiery Convocation. Oh! Down the line of the Black Ark Corsairs. My boys, you felt that one. You felt that one. Now, I think there is a way back into the game. There is. There is a way. And the way is to kill Malekith. You have to do it. You have to get in there. You have to finish him off. Use Enfeebling Foe, Potion Chiroi, F him up, move him back, get him off the battlefield. He is being way too cocky here in the middle. Get rid of him. So we're going to go in for another fight. Enfeebling foe, negative 33 there. Oh, the Sword of Teclis was activated. Even more debuffs. He's going to be fighting. Negative 33 is huge. Down to 14 melee defense. No, don't run! I think even with the Crows of Cain, they got terrified. You should have stayed. You had that. You had that in the bag. Schnoz, back yourself, my boy. Back yourself. This game is yours. If the Dark Elves let you. No, to be fair, it's really tight here. I think this, not capitalizing this last week was a problem. And I think that it might cost them the game. I think Nerexa has played this really well to get back into the game. But Schnoz really getting back on that value. But that value is mostly coming from the caster and not the other elements on the battlefield. Breath attack down the lineup against the Loth Sea Guard. Nice breath attack there. But we're going to be back in. Enfeebling foe activated again. Negative 26 here on Malekith. And I think he's got to stake this. He has got to stake this. There is no range that can help here. Malekith is in a world of pain. You have to send him home. Send him home. Net of Amatok going down. Ladies and gentlemen, this here is going to be the butchery of the century. Teclis is doing the business here on the Arcane Phoenix. And I think Malekith is going to meet all of the dead elves there. So in the middle, Dark Riders, Blackheart Corsairs fighting in the middle here with their Rangers and Silvering Guard. Silvering Guard going to be holding the line. And these boys, good armor, good magical resistance. And yeah, they're going to do pretty nice there in the middle. Malekith is somehow breathing. I don't know how. I don't know why. But Malekith needs to get in there. Needs to finish him off. Malekith needs to be off this battlefield. You need that negative leadership penalty if you can get it. 1.2k there for Malekith. In the middle, we are going to be having 11 Reaver Archers breaking the Black Arcs. You now need to get on the point, but they have no health. Only a unit of Bleak Swords has been holding Domination Point 3 all game. That is dirty value. That is dirty, dirty value. You needed to have seen that off, you know, as I said last week. There's no way you can be getting away with having 2 cheap units. And this is the problem with fighting a battle against winning the war. Malekith, I don't know how Malekith has got away with this, but we are going to get a Sword of Teclis plus a Soul Stealer going down, and Malekith lives to tell the tale. I don't know how. I don't know how he is still breathing, but I think it might have something to do with the Cold One Knights. He landed on the floor. Cold One Knights come out nice stuff there from Nexra. 1,000 points up against 460. He's caught the middle. I think that's it, guys. I think that's it. He's 500 value in the advantage, 500 tickets up, now moving on to 600 tickets. And he has all 3 domination points. It's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one. So you can see here, I also think it's a bit of a mistake. So White Lions are going to come challenge the Bleak Swords. They can't really do that. They have to push through. You have to start capping something. So I think the problem we've got here with Schnoz is he's fighting the war, not fighting the game. He's not playing the game the way it needs to be played. You need to have presence on your domination points. You need to start capping something. So, you know, even just get a White Lion up here to fight. You know, force him to rotate some troops. I don't know if Nexra has been summoning anything here on this top side, because he just hasn't had to. Teclis is, you know, kind of fighting in the backside, but you've now got all of your infantry fighting just to protect your range. Like, you've got more range than infantry, and you have more range getting summoned in. I see this happen a lot, where people just continuously summon in range. Like, range is not going to help you cap these points, because range just takes too long to win on the infantry fight. It just takes too long. Blackheart Corsairs coming forward, and that's GG's. No, good game here from both of these guys. Yeah, really, really good game. I think Schnoz, you know, it would have been much closer now. It probably would have been somewhere around 700, 800 to probably 1,000 at this point, with an opportunity for Nexra to get back into it if we'd had the double tickets, I think. But, you know, we didn't. So it's unfortunate. But you see here in the middle, Leo and Reavers are going to charge, but they're not really going to beat the Bleak Swords on their own. I mean, it's a lovely charge, and it's really, really good value. Hold them in for 10 seconds, then maybe pull them out. No, we have more Illyrian Reavers coming in.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. We are going to get Domination Point 2, which is nice. But our archers still here are going to try and push for domination point 1. They're on there, but are they going to hold it is the question. It's literally 3 seconds away from victory, unfortunately. We charge cavalry over cavalry here. Yeah. GG's well played to Nextra. I think the war was won by the High Elves, but the game was won by the Dark Elves very comfortably. Very, very comfortably. But GG's well played to both players. GG's well played. Really unfortunate there. So let's update the scoreboards. 1 apiece there. So we got another game 3. Jesus. Another game 3, eh? 3,360 value there for Teclis. I think he also played it far too cute. I think he was far too cute against Malekith. I think if he had stuck it, he had fought it, he'd used Potion of Chiroi more often. You know, enfeebling foe, Potion of Chiroi, fight Malekith, butcher him, because you're going to win in combat over time. You were going to win. I think he let him go away too many times. I mean, Malekith did run for quite a while, but yeah, I think you just had the ascendancy there with Teclis. I really did. Or use Enfeebling Foe, and then when that runs out, use the Potion of Chiroi immediately, you know? Give yourself that healing, that damage resistance, fight back. Yeah, I think just Malekith, he just did not have the kit to win. And I think he just gave him way too much battlefield control on that element. 800, 1.1, 800 there on the Reaper Bolt Throws, really good value. 350 there for the Black Arcs. 460, 900, 300, and 300. 200 and 650 there for Big Swords. Not really seeing a massively wide army here, which is interesting from the Dark Elves. Really like the Cold One Knight pick. 1.1, 1.2, and 418. This is where the cavalry is definitely won by the Dark Elves, right? So unless you're bringing Dragon Princes, and even if you do bring Dragon Princes, Cold One Knights will still do relatively okay. 1.1 there for the Scourge Runners. We saw 580 there for the Crows. And the Crows was the only answer to Teclis. It was the only way we were going to keep Teclis off Malekith. 850, and then no summon of the Dark Rider repeater crossbows, but 1,700, 511, and 0 there for the Dark Riders. 200, 0 for the Bleak Swords. Yeah, very interesting stuff there from Nextra. Yeah, Malekith doesn't really love being 1v1'd. No, not at all. None of the Dark Elf Lords ever have. I mean, I think in Warhammer 2, right, you could have Marathi Double Manticore because you had the debuffs that allowed, you know, that melee defense debuffs that allowed Manticores to do really well. Manticores were super cheap, had Terror, and then there was also Soul Stealer just to keep Marathi nice and healthy, right? You know, she debuffed melee attack, melee defense, and I think armor. In fact, was it armor? It was something. Speed, and it was brutal to fight against her. But 880 for the Rangers, 660, 655, 480. I just think too much was spent on range in the later stage of the game. 860, 120, 460, 950 there for the light armored archers. Oh, the Flamefire Phoenix would have been huge. This thing would have been huge. Love that. Would have loved to see that just go on Domination Point 3. Just tear out the infantry. Yeah, why not? Go for it. I love this pick. Yeah, I think Leon Reaver Archers certainly are looking very strong right now. 455, 850, 700 from the Illyrian Reavers. I just think more Illyrian Reavers. Just bring more Illyrian Reavers because you need those to challenge the Dark Riders. You need them. 455. You know, it's very easy if you're going to sit back in the wings and you know make observations and ideas and stuff without actually trying it. But yeah, very interesting stuff. You know, there was certainly would have been different ways that I would have played it, but you know, I'm me, and you know, Schnoz is a strong player, so you know, he's made it to the final today. So High Elves, Wood Elves, Vampire Pirates ban the Greenskins. Very interesting. I haven't seen my Green Boys in a while. Pick Dark Elves ban none. Oh. Revenge time. Oh, I like it. I like it. Fisticuffs. So if we're going Dark Elves, Wood Elves is okay. I think it's a slight disadvantage. Vampire Pirates, you have to play it really passive. We shall see. We shall see. Let's see what they have to say. We shall see. I feel like another High Elf Dark Elf matchup, I think. But we are going to be on the Mountains of Morn, where cavalry certainly has a lot less of an impact. That is for sure. So, we thought Drucci was going to win there. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Kane blesses this. Indeed, Stephen, indeed. How you doing, Stephen? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Logic, for hosting these qualifiers. If anyone is watching and interested in joining Logic's Discord server, here's the link. Yes, and here's a very good input from Muckluck. Thank you very much, my friend. For any of you guys that are brand new here in the multiplayer scene, you maybe haven't played much Warhammer before, you're thinking, oh, I'd love to play just a little bit. But, you know, all these guys are so good, you know. Come join the Short Bid League. So, for me, obviously, you know, playing words there from a Dwarf main. Short Bid League is for players that are new. It's strictly only new players, and the way we run it basically is you play against myself or one of my admins, and we decide if we think that you are of the level that is basically a new player, and whether you should be or should not be playing in our league, just to make sure that people that are maybe have gotten very good very quickly maybe don't trickle through the cracks. Certainly have had those problems in the community before, but you know, Germany win the World Cup yet? Not quite yet, Neckbet, not quite yet. Calling all short bids, indeed. Come sign up. Yeah, so if you are new and you'd like to come play, join the Discord. We're going to be starting this week with Season 7. There should be some prizes. There should be a live stream at the end as well. So hopefully you'll see yourself on the channel, which will be really, really awesome. Yeah, so if you're a new player, you'd like to come play, we have several different leagues within it. Like Nordgrimling, Ironbreakers being the top, Erkram Miners being the bottom, and we'll filter you in there somewhere up against other people of your current ability level, and then you can get promoted, move up, and if you win the top league, you become what's called a Longbeard for the remainder of time to show that I played in the Short Bit League, I won it, etc. whatever. So it's nice little tag to have, you know. But yes. How you doing, Neckbear? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while since I've seen you playing. It's been a while. It's been a while. I know you are a land battle enjoyer as well, but let's go back to the football, actually. Yeah, we were talking about that. So, Argentina. Let's see what they're expecting tomorrow. So, Carrera was forced to withdraw with injury, so that's their striker. And was replaced by another striker called Thiago Almada. I don't know him, but Angel Di Maria, while Cristian Romero and Nicolas Otamendi would start at maybe. So, okay, it looks like Otamendi's going to start. This is only speculation, right? There's no team sheets as of yet. Yeah, very strong odds. 2-11 for Argentina, 20-1 for Saudi Arabia, 67-10 for a draw. I don't think it'd be a draw. Oh, that's interesting. Denmark have Denmark have won 3 of their last 5, but lost 2 as well. Mexico have won 2 of their last 5. Poland 2-2 and a draw. Australia have won 4 of their last 5. Who have they played against? Morocco have won 4 of their last 5. Croatia have won 5 of their last 5. And they're going to play Morocco. I can only ever think of my history of 2 ever good Moroccan players. One of them played for Man City about 6-7 years ago. Trying to remember his name now. Striker Jotic, I think. Yes. And there was another striker as well. Can't remember who he played for. Nah, I can't remember. France have won 1 of their last 5, drawn 2, lost 2. That's not looking good for them as of current. But they'll beat Australia. Yeah, they should beat them pretty comfortably. I'd love to watch Mexico-Poland. I think that's going to be a fantastic game. It looks like they've got Mexico to win, which, you know, doesn't surprise me. But I think that'd be a fantastic game. Do you reckon Germany are going to win the World Cup, Nick Bet? What do you reckon? What do you reckon, my friend? So Dark Elves Vampire Coast seems to be the matchup here. Very interesting. I'm very interested on the USA-Wales score, though. It was 1 apiece, and USA for the first half, I was watching with Ducky, and it was, like, very dominant from USA. They were looking really strong, so I don't know who scored, but, you know, obviously clutching it back there. Oh, I see. It looks like maybe Bale scored. Bale scored? And it's really good for England. That is fantastic for England. The draw between Wales and USA is fantastic. The only problem for me is that I drew USA, Iran, and England in my draw, which means I have 3 from the same group, and only 2 can go forward. Not too bothered about Iran, but I quite like USA to go over Iran if that's possible. But really good for England. Really good for England. Having that top seed going into the next round will be really important. Really important. Can't see who scored, though. We'll look at that later. Alright, the Vampire Fleet Admiral with the Vampire Magic. Oh, Queen Bessie! She's inbound. Look at that. The monstrous impact. Backed up here by some deck gunners, some bombers, some polearms, and some of the mass cutlass boys with the monstrous infantry. We're going to have Blackout Corsair Hambos, Blackout Corsairs. We're going to have some of the Duckshards mixing with some of the Dread Spears. We're also going to have a Supreme Sorceress of Fire. Surprised we're not going to be seeing Malekith or the Big Memus. The Big Meme Blade. He can do some business. He can get blasted as well, to be fair. He can get blasted, but yeah. But yeah, welcome everyone. This is going to be Game 3, the final game between Schnoz and Nerexa, and it's going to be an interesting one. Duck Elves must be good in the meta. I mean, it's been picked a lot. Yes, they are. They're very, very good. They have cheap wide infantry that's very, very cost efficient and strong, which is pretty much the meta of Domination. Strong, very cost efficient wide infantry will win you games. So animated hulks are backed up by 5 units of the cutlasses from the Pirate Deccan mobs. 4 units of the Deccan mob polearms, and then we're going to have 3 of the bombers. We're going to be having also the units of deck gunners and the Vampire Fleet Admiral. Now he's going to be having. I've never seen this ability before. So this did. I don't think this did what this did in Warhammer 2, but power recharge 240%, 30% on that Winds of Magic there. That's pretty goddamn good, I must say. Yeah, that's pretty damn strong, considering there's no downside to that. If you use the Rod of Corruption, that takes damage for that sort of value of regen. The Drowned Dead, good summon. Invocation of the Heck. And the Wind of Death. Okay, fair enough. I think the Wind of Death is, maybe I'm thinking too much land battles, but I don't think the Wind of Death has ever really been that efficient for 15 Winds of Magic. I mean, it is the best wind spell in the game, but yeah, I don't know. Anybody with some decent micro should be able to miss that. But Hambos at the front, just like 3 units. They do have. Oh, they don't have Vanguard. Quite surprised by that. But Dread Spears here, a couple on the left. We are going to have some Dark Shards, some more Black Arcs. Yeah, pretty similar here. Flying in the sky with the Supreme Sorceress. Yeah, you've got to be careful of those deck droppers. They might, not deck droppers, sorry. Got to be careful of the deck gunners. They might blast her out the sky. Bessie, give that man a win. Exactly. Got the people's heart with that Bessie baby. Indeed. Deserved of glory regardless of battle outcome. Exactly. He will be honoured. Honoured. Honoured in blood. Where's Queenie? Oh, she's here. Thing's a monster, mate. I could very much see her kind of push into this area. And then kind of, you know, blasting some cheeks from here. I could see that happening quite nicely. And maybe going from a Domination Point 2, Domination Point 3 standpoint. Yeah, I quite like this map. It's quite an even map for sure. What do you guys think? Are you backing the Druchii here, or are you backing the Vampire Pirates? Let's have a little look here. So we're going to be diving forward, both sides. Animated Hulks, I think, could be a certain win victory here for sure. Bessie's ready to go. She's ready to blast cheeks, spread them, and fill them. That's what I say. What's going on here? So you can see that that red aura there. It's certainly going to be shooting some of the Black Ops Corsair handbows. When they come through this gap, they should be well and truly blasted. That's for sure. She hasn't fired as of yet. I don't know what she's waiting for. But interesting. It tracks really nicely, Bess, as well. So Supreme Sorcerer, with the Druchii here, you need battlefield control. Here we go. Look at that. What are we going to hit here? Oh my god! Negative 55 on leadership. Jesus Christ, look at that! How much did you get for one shot? Quickly look, 43 kills, 240 from one shot. God damn, that was filthy. Filthy. Alright, deckhands coming through, small with the polons, bombers in from behind. That's what she said. And then we're going to be having the Vampire Fleet pistol moving through the middle. Now, Pistol could get a couple of shots here on the Supreme Sorcerer's Fire. Got to be careful of the Crows of Cain, though. Crows of Cain going to dart in the back here for the Queen Bess. What are we going to protect Queen Bess with, though? I don't know. Shooting on the top. 1, 2, 3 capture because the Vampire Pirates a little bit slow getting forward. But, of course, you know, they're playing for the end game. They're not playing for now. Dark Riders collapsing on the deckhand bombers. And here we go. Failbats summoned nice and quickly. Scurvy Dogs and Animated Hulks here with the hand cannons. Dear God, ladies and gentlemen, what is the bonus for? I don't know why they've got a bonus. I love that. Force march that through. Get onto this BS. Shut down Queen Bess ASAP. She has blasted the hand bows nice and quickly. Burning Head. I don't know. Was that a mistake? Maybe. Animate Hulks around the corner. Scurvy Dogs chasing off some of the Dark Riders. They shatter quite nicely. Wouldn't mind seeing the dogs coming up and around here into the back pocket. These bad boys are going to be losing to the Dread Spears pretty comfortably. What's over here on the right hand side? Dark Riders moving through though. Druchii need to get into the back pocket and start shutting it down early. If you shut it in from the back, I don't see too much coming forward here from Nextra and the VP. Now they are going to be catching in the middle. We do see here the Animated Hulks. They're going to be thumping hard, breaking 1-2 units. Spearmen and Dark Riders going to be holding the fort at the front, but is that going to be enough? I don't know. We do have Black Ark Corsairs charging forward, but that armor is not going to help. These bad boys are going to butcher them all the same. In the middle we see some Dark Shards shooting over the top here up against the bombers. Polearms ready to go here with the Vampire Fleet pistol ready. Someone quick here on top of the Dark Shards would be quite nice. Big hit there coming from Bessie. Bessie is ready. She's firing over the top, and she's going to demolish everything in her path. But here we go. VP in the middle now. They have captured. They are going to be dwindling in numbers, though. Corsairs, anti-infantry not going to help. Armor piercing certainly from the animated hulks will make quick work of the Black Ark Corsairs. We see here Dark Riders falling. And now we're going to be getting the lovely effect here, which is going to be the Murderous Prowess. So that's going to be the melee attack 25%, charge bonus, armor piercing, leadership of 15, which is flat across the board. That is huge. And that vigor reduction. That really allows them in this mid stage to do some glorious stuff indeed. 400 ticket advantage, and it's going to be 4.6k there, going up against 2.6. So 2,000 damage value increase, but you know, 400 tickets in the lead. And you know, tickets at the end of the day is really what wins you the game. Those Druchi are questioning their life choices at the moment. 100%, man. You have a goddamn juicy cannon in the back going pop pop, killing it, and that's just going to be a D-summon as we see in the backside. The Dark Riders were looking to come around the corner. That was a quick D-summon. Whoa, don't know about that. Probably try to get one more off, maybe. I don't know. Interesting stuff. Polearms going to be fighting here. But it means they will regen nice and quickly, and maybe you just summon it on the other side of the battlefield. But Dark Riders coming back through. Don't know where they're going to challenge. We'll have to see there. In the middle, Dark Elves, they do hold it, but it is getting captured. Polearms on. We have some of the zombie pirate deckhands in the middle. They're going to be holding off the tides of oncoming Druchi. Want to get those polearms moving forward, actually. Don't really want them. But we do see Black Ark Corsairs nice and close. Animated Hulks moving back as well. You kind of want to create a screen here. What the hell is killing this? Oh, it's a summon. I was like, that is dying so fast. Yeah, in the middle, Supreme Sorceress of Fire here. Just going to be kind of hanging around, acting all cool. But in come the Black Ark Corsairs to shoot some meatball at the skull. In the middle, Animated Hulk's going to charge forward. They'll certainly butcher the face off those Dread Spears. But hopefully, getting back into the middle here with some... Yes. So they have caught it. But in the middle, we do actually have some infantry presence. We have some more Dark Shards coming forward. They'll delete a lot of units. And Domination Point 1, it's certainly open. It's not looking glorious. Black Ark also handbows holding, shooting here with the handbows. I feel like we might be running out of steam here with Nexra. I really think we're running out of steam. And the nice thing about the Druchi, you lose in one location, you take the next. Okay, you lose Domination Point 3, that's fine. We're now going to go to Domination Point 2 because we're faster than you. You can't have all of your chips in one place here on the game. Now, hand cannons, are they going to blast up against the Supreme Sorceress? I don't know. But Scurvies are on, and Scurvies are a really quick way here for the undead to get in and capture nice and quickly. Hand cannon's going to be fighting, going to be shooting. But Supreme Sorceress is doing the business. Burning Head going through, pinning them in place. Look at that. Look at that. Schnoz. The business. The business was done here. No more needs to be said. Well played. Solar Scuttlers coming forward here with the armor sundering, armor piercing, and flaming attacks. It will do really well here up against the Black Ark Corsairs. Some of the polearms going to be fighting here. Dark Riders rear charging, and we have some of the Crows now fighting over the top, capturing up against Domination Point 3. The triple cap is inbound, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I think that is a GG's. Well played. I think there's nothing you could do here as the Vampire Pirates. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit early, maybe that's a little bit harsh, but infantry is just too slow. 2 units, 23 speed. I mean, it's going to take them. It's going to take them until next Christmas before they get here. Yeah, I don't know. Solar Scuttler is also going to be forming a really big investment. I just don't think you can bring this against Harpies. I don't. Dark Rider Predator Crossbows on the field now as well. Fellbats, I think Fellbats are your best option. It's going to help kind of win this, or try and help in the Sky fight. Death Guard are on the field though. Death Guard are getting blasted by the handbows. It's a tough one. Scurvy's coming out. Where are they going to go? Scurvy's going to put pressure on the repeated crossbows. I quite like that. Need to get these back because their armor piercing will demolish the depth guard. What do we have here? Polearm's going to move because they're crumbling. You can't really take them off the field. you need to capture. So they have captured domination point 2, but you kind of need to hold it. I mean, you do have units going round, but the advantage is now in Schnoss's favour. It did a complete U-turn here. Salt Lord scuttles. Exactly, mate. Exactly. I mean, they kind of got scuttled themselves. Unfortunately, Harpies came in, Kane saw violence and was like, hey, get in there. Yeah, unfortunate. You know, Scobie's going to try and get in here on the skirmish cav. Also going to catch the Darkshard shields at the same time. Spear's going to try and do the work, but in come the big boys. Now, we do see a bit of shoot and scoot here for the Black Ark Corsair Hambos. Dread Spears have done the best they can. Probably don't want to fight because these bad boys are going to heal in combat. I love this. So this is exactly the way you play this. These are going to chase. They're going to get shot. Their weakness is they have to heal. So they have to fight in combat. If they can't reach you, they can't heal. So now we're just going to get on with another unit, and we're just going to hold it. We're going to shoot here up against the Death Guard, and the Dread Spears run away with just faster speed. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Schnoss coming through with fantastic stuff. Yeah, you know, you love to see it. Burning head down the line here of the pole arms. Good stuff. Catching a few of the animated hulks on the way through. You know, nothing like a burnt bum. And here we are going to be having Black Ark Corsair Hambos finishing off the job here of the pole arms and the cutlasses of the pirate Deccan mobs. Great game here from Nexra. I think that VP, certainly a faction not to be trifled with, but here, I don't know. I don't know. Bess, nice pick. Tough one, though. Tough one. Maybe I would have liked to have seen 3 units of mortars on the map, perhaps. And maybe that's something you could add a mortar firing on each domination point, and then cheap infantry in front of all of them maybe could have been the way. It's hard to say, right? It's hard to say. Scurvy Dog's going to move forward. Hambo's going to be falling. Domination point 3 is getting captured. Dark Elves currently hold it, but looks like the VP now are going to take the capture point, and it is going to be 2 tickets. Listen, it's not over till the Fat Lady sings. Don't see her singing just yet. Oh, here we go. The Salt Lord Scuttlers. Are they going to do some scuttling? That's the question. I don't know. But we do see here the Death Guard having a bit of a time of it. They are having a bit of time. Bombs will fly down. Death Guard's still fighting. Dark Riders have been defeated. Death Guard are in. It looks like the Spears are going to join the fray and they're going to hold. But the Salt Lord Scuttlers, there's not much here to stop them. Corsair Hambos running out of ammo. We're in the middle. Holy hell. Are we maybe back into this? Maybe. Oh, that's a bit of a throw there for the Dark Riders. That's unfortunate. Never mind. Hambos, though, they could certainly do a shooting. They could certainly do with getting back in and doing some damage. So, repeater crossbows. The weakest unit is over here on the left. We need to come to domination point 3. That is, though, we guarantee the win here with Schnoss. That's the way you win here on domination point 3. Does he see that, though? That's the question. We are in. Dark Elves just about holding it. Salt Lords in the sky. I like looking at these guys with their nice yellow wings. These bad boys throwing the bombs down. Doing some decent damage, but the Crows are in. The Crows of Cain will shred these bad boys. It's like not even close. 34 and 29. Going up to 29 and 48. Yeah, it's not even close, mate. You need some cheap boys to be flying in the air there. We need some fellbacks coming through and finishing that off. Animated Hulks might get the recharge here on the Black Ark Corsair Hambos. That could be a nice little punch there before they say their sayonara. So I like this from the Deccan mobs. Move forward. Get away, you know, get these out of here. And, you know, create some breathing room for yourself. You know, because these bad boys are so slow. You know, just a little bit of breathing room really, really does help. The meat sacks are going to be holding here, but domination point 2 is getting captured. Dark Elves hold this, but not really. It is super close. Looks like the Dark Elves are recapturing this. Pole arms need to get on here ASAP. ASAP. If they get on here now, they can capture this, and we're still within a chance. Yeah, I don't know though. Crows have been broken. Soldor just needs to deal with this infantry as quickly as possible. The Scotland need to get in and drop bombs ASAP. Polearms are moving, not really fast enough for my liking. We are capturing the middle. Where are those bombers over here? They're here. They need to be in the middle. They need to be fighting for this. Dark Riders. Oh man, this is close here. Yeah, the Dark Elves hold it. Ah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I think that's it, boys and girls. I think that's it. Coast about to lose the middle. Yeah. I think even yeah, that's it, unfortunately. You feel like Coast is a meme in Dom mode.
Unending glory is yours.
Top end players are really good with it. Really good. But maybe it is. Maybe it is. Turtle Punch. By the way, Turtle Punch, love the name. Love the name. Big fan of that. So, we are now going to have the score on the board. Schnoz comes through with the 2-1 win. Well, there we go then. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours, nearly 3 hours of gameplay done, and just 2 best of 3s. Absolutely fantastic. 1.1k there from Queenie. Not quite getting the value that she would have hoped. Desummoning her was a bold move, I think. I'm not going to say that lost an extra it, but you needed something to cover Queen Bess rather than just desummoning her. And even if she's still shooting whilst she's getting attacked, you're still going to get value. I don't quite understand the desummon. I don't quite get it. Maybe you're just not going to give mass value to the horse cavalry, because of course, you know, they'll carry those chevrons forward. Because there'll be a lot of chevron value there, perhaps, and obviously all the values held in the infantry units. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. 1.5 there for the Vampire Pistol. 1.16 for the Queen Bess. 580 for the Deck Gunners. The Vampire Fleet Admiral is like decent, right? But why is no one using Noculus? Noculus gets absurd amount of summons, plus heals, plus Pitter Shades. Like, why are we not seeing more of him? I don't know. Bring on the bloaty boys. Nah, he didn't take any bloaty boys, I don't think. Nah, no bloaty boys. Bloaty boys, though, low-key could actually be really sick in this mode. Low-key. Low-key. Give bloaty boys Vanguard. Maybe. Maybe. Sneaking in. Didn't really see what the Deck Gunners did, but 580 for them. Bombers, yeah, nothing. 400, 380. Polearms, nothing special. Cutlasses, nothing special. 620 there for the animated Hulks. Oh, Lamprey's Revenge would have been nice. That would have been really nice, but, you know. Yeah, we did actually see both Depth Guard. Interesting. 810 for the Salt Lords. I think you just needed more Scurvies. I think if you can have 5 Scurvy dogs on the battlefield, you needed five on the battlefield. Yeah, I don't think, like, Bloaties before, right? They were, like, the biggest meme in multiplayer. But I think on Domination, low-key, they could turn the tide of a Domination point. If you're stacked on, like, a Lord or something, or a Hero, boom, slam. Everything gets destroyed. I don't hate the gunnery handgunners. I don't hate them. I can't help but think maybe just an extra unit of Deck Gunners might have been better, but... I think for me here in this matchup, right, you need 4 Fellbats, 4 Scurvy Dogs. You just need mass mobility. You bring 2 of the, the Salt Lord Scuttlers. You also bring the Deck Dropper Bombers. You can then protect them. You can, you know, kind of challenge their cavalry. Because you just need more mobility. I just feel like you need more mobility. I think handbows are fantastic. Like the Blackout Corsair handbows, you know, sort of 70, 80 armor. What's going to challenge them here? Like, fine, you can get the animated Hulks, but they're going to take an absolute blasting before they get to the front line. There's nothing here that's fast enough that can challenge them. Didn't see any Cold One Knights. That would have been quite nice, actually. Yeah. But you can see even for a cavalry kind of, took less value than the Scurvy Dogs. Scurvy Dogs are actually so good. 507 for the Reaper Bolt Thrower. 500 from the Dark Rider. Yeah, Bleak Swords are just too good, man. Bleak Swords are just too good. Yeah, exactly. Turtle Punch, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. If you get if you had like a silly regiment of renown one that you had like Vanguard and it was like a little bit faster or something, I could definitely see it having a play in the game for sure. So thank you very much, Nexra. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate you being here. So now, in theory. So it should be Lunacy against Schnoz here in the final, assuming Lunacy is still around. I don't know if he is. He might be. He might not be. If he's not, I'll have a chat with Moors in case he's not. Oh, he is around. Fantastic. Excellent. Ah, Woodtier. Welcome to the Discord, my friend. Welcome. Excellent, excellent. So both are ready to go. Okay, so first global ban is Tomb Kings for Schnoz. Okay. Lunacy is going to go Slanesh and High Elves. What's the final ban going to be? Just waiting to see what Schnoz's final one is going to be here. So, for the final, what is the first game going to be? Let's have a look here. Have a look. Let's update the old Total Tavern. Black Ark is going to be first. Fantastic. Alright, so it looks like global bans. Tomb Kings, Slanesh, High Owls, and the Warriors of Chaos. Interesting stuff. So Snarch is going to pick Dark Elves, Norska, Zinch, ban the Vampire Counts. Okay. I could see something like I don't know, actually. Don't know from Lunacy. Dark Elves, maybe ban Dark Elves. Could see that happening. Alright, chaps. Give me 30 seconds. I'm just going to go quickly grab myself something, and then we'll be kicking off with the final. But yes, just to reiterate, we are going to be having the bans of Tomb Kings, Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos, and what was the other one? High Elves. Alrighty, we're back. So, it looks like here, so global bans yet again, Tomb Kings, Slaanesh, High Elves, Warriors of Chaos. The picks were Dark Elves, Dorska, Tzeentch, ban the Vampire counts. It's going to be Greenskins against Dark Elves. Tzeentch was the one that was banned there. So, your choice between Dark Elves and Norska against the Greenskins, and decided to go Dark Elves. So, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Hey, Director, well played, man. Well played. Well played, my friend. Well played. Thank you very much for joining today's competition. Hope you had a good time today. Hope you had a good time. Alright, so for the greenskins, no Lord choice. Maybe the River Troll Hag will take that. Oh no, looks like it is actually going to be the Gobos. So 5 units of goblins. We have 2 of the Orc Biggins. We're going to have 2 of the Savage Orc Biggins, 2 Spider Riders, 5 units of Orc Boys, and then 8 River Troll Hag. Malagif going up with 3 Black Ark Corsairs with the crossbows, 4 units of Black Ark Corsairs, and triple of the Sword Boys. So here we go, on Black Ark with the Dark Elf home advantage, I must say. So, in the green here, Lunacy with his greenskins going up against Schnoz in the final for the first game of best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. So, the interesting thing is going to be here. So, between both of these legends, the winner will take a spot here in the grand finale, that's for sure. Ah, that's kind of interesting. I never knew that. So, it would seem that actually Black Ark Corsairs have the same leadership as Bleak Swords. That's quite interesting. all the land battle mains today coming with the off-meta builds with a surprise. Yeah, man. I mean, listen. I'm a land battle boy myself. That's how I was born and bred. But you know, I love me a bit of domination. And yeah, of course, you know, it certainly breeds an interesting, element into the game. That is for sure. So Morgul's Magen Marauders, nice pick here. Good armor piercing, 100 range. They'll certainly bonk on the front door here of the Black Ark Corsair Hambos. They'll certainly do some good damage there. We are going to see a counter of the Dark Riders. Got to be careful of these little vanguard deployments here. You can certainly get some nastiness spawning from them. Now, it looks like we are going to capture Domination Point 3. Most people, I feel, actually just try and really push the middle and go for 1 and 2. That's how I see most people try and play this for the win. But it looks like we're going to go for the stalemate in the middle. Lunacy opting here for, well, you know, not having a Lord choice. And I think the Lord is going to be in one of these Gobbo units. Not sure which one, though, but it's in one of them. Maybe this one? No, I don't know. He's in one of these. What was the most off-meta pick you saw today in Nerexa? I'm sure I would come with probably some horrendous stuff for you. I'm sure I'll bring some very interesting stuff. But here we go, in the middle, we are going to be having some of the boys. So the Turkic Squigs coming forward, some good anti-infantry, armor piercing and poison, mixed in with their good missile resistance. ITP as well is always quite nice. They do really good here up against the Black Ark Corsairs. They'll do some lovely work indeed. In the middle, we are going to have some of these Savage Orc Biggins. They pay for physical resistance, which, you know, compared to armor, doesn't off-trade in the later stages of the game. Of course, with Vigor penalties, you'll be losing armor here for some of your units. So the Giant River Troll Hag is going to be here with some spells. We're going to have the Fate of Buna alongside the Spirit Leech here with Regen and the Overwhelming Odor. But of course, you know, you need to get in there to start utilising that. Squigs getting in the backside here, the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. They'll go around the corner, the Anti-Infantry, the Armor Piercing. They'll do some good work here up against some of the Black Ark Corsairs. The Turkic Squigs in the middle have been blasted into Eternity, and you know they'll be leaving the battlefield rather quickly. In the middle, Malekith is going to be getting a Spirit Leech here on him, so some nice damage overall there coming out of the Giant River Troll Hag. But Domination Point 3 going to be in the Greenskins. Tickets early doors here will be coming forward from the Greenskins and Lunacy. But you know what's going to happen next is the question. So we actually see Sisters of Slaughter coming forward. Now, one of the problems with the Sisters of Slaughter is they pay for very, very high melee defense. Now, that high melee defense never really translates too well. But of course, Trials of Blades, if they're losing, they get that melee attack and armor piercing buff. But I always find these ladies to be rather inefficient when it comes to multiplayer. It's just far too high melee defense. No one's going to have enough melee attack to really challenge that melee defense. They just pay a lot for melee defense that they just don't really necessarily use. Lord is defo unsummoned. Yes, the Lord is one of the greenskins somewhere. The Lord is one of the greenskins. Sorry, one of the goblins of the greenskins somewhere, basically. He's in the back pocket. Just didn't know which one it was. But that's in the middle. We are going to be having Bleak Swords breaking up against the Orc Boys. Warg has been activated here. We are going to get some of the Orc Biggins. They'll butcher the Bleak Swords very quickly with Warg activated. Looks like the Crows of Cain, the Harpies, going to be moving into the backyard against the Morgrove Manging Marauders and the Forest Goblin Spires. The poison is going to be very nice, reducing it to 70 speed. And it's like the Night Goblin Squid Coppers trying to get in and pounce on the back of that. Now, like this, the Moon Howlers, these bad boys are going to be coming with fear, which is quite handy indeed, which means only terror has any sort of impact on their low leadership. So they should be charging to the back here. The Crows of Cain can be a bit of a nightmare here. Domination point 2 still in the Greenskin favour. Domination point 1 going to be held by the Druchi. And I can see Schnoz here. Yeah, you can already see him kind of falling behind. A lot of the infantry is suffering. Savage Orcs here, and then Night Goblins going to be, kind of causing that punishment. Lots and lots of Dirkit Squigs. Night Goblin Squig Hoggers coming forward. Anti-infantry, armor piercing, poison really helps in this fight. Gobbo's just going to be holding Domination point 3. And this is where I say quite a few times that this needs to be punished. You can't have 300 gold sat on a domination point taking that value. Sisters of Slaughter got held, but they started here, so I don't know what they're doing over here. They really need to be challenging this. So they are going to be losing in combat. So they are going to get those bonuses on the melee attacks. After 58 with poison, they will beat the Savage Orcs and the Orc Boys. But here, Lunacy doesn't really care about that. Lunacy's just buying time. He's just giving himself more time of double bonus points. Blackheart Corsair Handbows coming across. They'll shoot and scoot here up against Lunacy's boys. But the Orc Boys, now they're going to get a good clatter in. Quite like that. So we are going to break here. Sister Slaughter will now come across and, just get the Goblins in there. They'll do damage. These sisters have no armor. And you're just buying time. Domination point 1 here is going to slightly get captured by the Greenskins. You've got to be careful here. We do see Dreadspears fighting up against the Orc Boys. Savage Orc Biggins now can fight up against the Blackheart Corsairs. But the battlefield is showing green. 6.5k for Lunacy up against 5.4. And Lunacy, a very experienced multiplayer player. Imagine being the Witch King and losing to a leaderless pack of orcs. Yeah, just mostly goblins as well. Just fungus everywhere going, wah! And you lose as the Witch King. That's ridiculous, right? But the Giant River Hag has bitten the dust here, unfortunately. Malekith is going to come in. Cheeks are well and truly clapped in the backside. And now we're going to be having some Gaze of Murder, some Breath Attacks, and the Soul Stealer to go. I think him on his dragon is quite expensive. Is one of the problems I have with Malekith on the dragon. I quite like him on his mount, on his horse mount. Dirkit Squigs in the middle. They're probably going to drop away here from the Dark Riders. No need for them to be fighting. Forest Goblin Spiders can come across. Moon Howlers going to be challenging, actually. That's quite interesting. Quite like that. In the middle, we are going to have the Bleak Swords. Now get the Dirkit Squigs in there. Start compromising. In the middle, Night Goblins. Now, these should be the Warlord. Yes, they are. They're going to be the 8-peak loonies. These boys have the big swingers coming through. We're going to see some big swinger action. I'd love to see some big swinger action. War has been activated here. Are we going to see any of the loons here? Are we? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe some loons. I'm not too sure. I don't think you have to be engaged in combat anymore. No. So in the middle, we are going to have Lunacy fighting here with, still buying time. The Sisters of Slaughter haven't touched this yet, and that's criminal. You cannot allow that to happen. They need to have pressured the Greenskins on their domination point 3. Lunacy has had it for far too long. In the middle, we are going to be breaking quite a few boys. It's a really tattered Greenskin army now, though, so you've got to be careful there. Are we going to see any of the boys? Oh, there we go. We have some of the loons. These boys taking their mushrooms, swinging in the backside. Look at these boys. And they take those mushrooms willingly. Yeah, Dark Hounds are a strong choice. I would agree with that. They are strong. They're not S tier, that's for sure, but they are strong. You know, Bleak Swords, Dread Spears really make up the backbone of this army for sure. Dark Riders as well. You know, those cheap, very cost-efficient, fast cavalry units with good, strong infantry for their cost. Very, very powerful. Yeah. So Malekith moving in, we'll get the terror on the Warlord boys. I'm sure. Oh, they got ITP. Interesting. But these boys do have the armor sundering, which is necessary to challenge. Especially fighting against Bleak Swords, reducing them to 0 armor really allows them to fight quite nicely. But all boys moving in, they'll maybe even butcher these Dread Spears nice and quickly. Malekith is around, but he's really having to play defense back there. He's really having to get in and do some work and really trying to cover the back end of this Domination Point 1. 700 tickets up against 400, and now we have the Sisters of Slaughter in. It's taken some time to get them here. I'm not going to lie to you. It's taken some time, but now we're going to be punishing the 300 gold cost here on Domination Point 3. Hambo's moving in, Spears moving in. I just hope it's not too late for Schnoz. I really hope it's not too late. So, Lunacy, 9,000 up against 8.6, slightly clawing it back here for Schnoz. Interesting pick. Orpor Biggins. Don't know how I feel about those. Of course, anti-large armor piercing. They will challenge Dark Riders. And here, we are now going to be capturing Domination Point 1 here for the trade of losing Domination Point 3. And that is not a good trade here for the Dark Elves. Gobbos moving forward. They'll certainly... And the nice thing about a cheap unit of Gobbos, they'll move on to Domination Point 3. And they'll keep these units busy. They'll make sure they have to stay here and they cannot rotate. And you can see, these spearmen, they need to go now. You've got this point. They need to start rotating back to the middle. You've now over-invested on Domination Point 3. It's too much investment now. And that's where you're going to find that I feel like Lunacy is 3 or 4 steps here ahead of Schnoz. Lose one, dominate the next.
The foe's victory point.
So the Goblins are moving. Would they fight here? They'd certainly do some damage up against the Sisters, that's for sure. But now they're also going to be getting shot, so you probably need to turn and burn there. Morgoth's Mangin Marauders are going to be fighting in combat. They still have ammo. Malekith is going to be a problem, I must say. He is going to be a problem. The Old Boy Biggins certainly want to move here into Domination Point 1. We need some units on here. But now we see Sisters of Slaughter. Dirkit Squigs could do some numbers here. They could certainly do some numbers. Get that poison in there. Forest Goblin Spider Riders. The Greenie boys are taking it. They are taking it. And we are going to have the Death Creepers. Now, the Death Creepers, they have regeneration as well as Stalk. They're a bit of a nightmare to kill here. Getting those models down is really, really tough. So we are going to see, I believe that is going to be the Gaze of Malice. Yeah, that'll be a Gaze of Malice. One left here in the pocket. That catches the Morgrub's Mangin Marauders. Quite like that. Domination Point 1 there in the advantage of the Greenie boys. It's looking pretty hardy. Night Goblins. That's going to be the Looney boys. This also, yet again, I'm going to say it, criminal. 300 gold left here, and immediately going to get capitalized here by Lunacy. He doesn't care about losing Domination Point 1 now. He's just got to win the fight, and he will win the battle. Yeah, 4 global bans before each battle. Captain Morgan. So player A bans 1, player B bans then 2, and then player A bans the 4th one. Pretty much. I want to see some Ninja Rats. They get banned quite often, I think, Captain Morgan. I think Skaven get banned a fair amount. I don't think they were banned in this best of 3, though. So maybe we will see some Ninja Rats. I'd love to see some Ninja Rats as well. So here we go. We see Blackheart Corsairs capturing the point here on Domination Point 1. Blackheart Corsair Hambos. We see some Dark Rider repeaters coming across. Orc Boy Biggins going to be fighting in the middle. That's a lot of bolts they're going to be taking there from the repeater crossbows. Need to pressure here if they can. They do... Oh no, these ones don't have physical resistance, but they do pay for armor. Savage Orc boys, they're going to be coming through. They'll certainly pack a punch. Here we go. The anti-large boys do capitalise on the repeater crossbows. Bit of a mistake there from Schnoz. You can see some of that, especially in the late game of a tournament such as this. You can see the... fatigue element certainly taking factor here, having those repeater crossbows getting caught by some pretty slow cavalry. But in the middle, we are going to be having some of the Dark Riders, the Blackheart Corsairs moving through onto Domination Point 1. Good capture there with the Sisters of Slaughter, but, Death Creepers and Forest Goblin Spider Riders are going to spank the Sisters of Slaughter. Bronze Shield, sure, we'll take it. But, you know, they'll still take a lot of damage. Double tickets here for the Dark Elves. And we are going to be fighting here. And I quite like this from Malekith. But we have all the infantry. Put the Goblins over here. Move the Night Goblins over here. Spread them. Make sure you keep this. Coming over, the Moon Howlers. They're going to help capture for sure. In the backside, a couple of shatters here. Bleak Swords. We actually have the Black Ark Corsairs moving off up against the Altboar Biggins. So they're going to make sure they get off the battlefield. And those Bleak Swords need to be desummoned. It's a really tight game here. Really well played by both sides. So in the middle here, Dark Rider is going to be fighting up against the Altboar boys. These boys pay for quite a bit of armor piercing. And now they're going to get a rear charge from the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, giving that poison, slamming them from behind. And yeah, pretty good stuff. Forest Goblin Spider Riders coming across. And you can see it's just going to be shooting and scooting here up against the Sisters. Actually, maybe just moving this over to the Domination Point 1 wouldn't be terrible. It's going to force units to have to come to this point to hold it. Black Orc Corsair Handbows quite like these, actually. You know, they're just going to be shooting up against the Death Creepers, doing all the good damage. Death Creepers could probably just engage those in combat now. They'll do pretty decent. But GG's. Well played there for the big man. Lunacy, you know, top lad. Really strong competitor. You know, always has been, even since the last WWC. But a really, really nice attempt there from the Dark Elves with the Schnoz. Just going to capture that game for the ages there. So just bear with me for 2 seconds. Nice. There we go. That was so many GS units to micro too. Yeah, I mean, Turtle Punch, this is one of the things I want to say, right? Lunacy, you know, when I did my Battle Manias, when we did the last World Cup, and lots of tournaments I've hosted, Lunacy has always been one of those players that can really hang with the best, you know? You know, he was certainly up there with your Void Lols, you know, and some of the ODM players with his micro capabilities. He really is. Yeah, exactly what Captain Morgan said. Like, Lunacy is well known for having solid micro. He is very, very strong on that micro. Really strong. You can see the disparity between units. Like here, we're going to be having, what's that going to be, 17 units going up against 11. And I would say he was even microing slightly better. It's, you know, micro is a huge part of this game, especially when you see cost efficiency really high for most low to mid tier units. I really think that this build here probably wasn't big enough for me. You know, for example, Bleak Swords are going to beat Goblins and they're going to challenge Orc Boys. They really are. So I think actually having more Bleak Swords and more Dread Spears, I think probably would have been the way to go for me. Having some Black Ark Corsair Hambos is nice. Having some Black Ark Corsairs is also decent. They will do very well. But I don't think you needed as many as this. I like the use of Malekith. 3,000 value. Very, very strong. But you can see Lunacy's job was never to kill Malekith. He was never interested in killing Malekith. Malekith was never going to win the game. Malekith was he was always going to be a nice addition to everything. And he got fantastic value. But still, Lunacy outvalued. Even with 3,000 there on Malekith. I think Malekith on his dragon was great. I think it was a little bit too expensive. But obviously, breath attacks, mobility, etc. But I would have liked a wider force from the Dark Elves, I think. No, exactly, and next week you're really coming on to what I say when I do my coaching. So you might not know me, but I also coach a couple of guys in the multiplayer community, and this is one thing that I really say to my guys: you could you could miss micro a 300 gold unit of goblins, but if you miss micro a 650 gold unit of Black Ark Corsairs or a 750 gold unit of Black Ark Corsair Hambos, that's pretty painful. That's pretty painful, right? You know, certainly wider armies are really efficient, and if you need to use one as a roadblock, it doesn't hurt that much. Yeah, it can be pretty painful. And things like Forest Spider Riders, right? Forest Spider Runners, You know, back in Warhammer 2, these things were tyrants. Like, greenskins were oppressive. In the last Warhammer World Championships, greenskin efficiency of their cavalry skirmish for Spider Riders, look, 660, 550, very comfortably paying for themselves. Morgus Mangay Marauders, 500. Sorry, it's the Death Creepers. Morgus Mangays, the best skirmish cavalry in the game. I don't care what anybody says, right? These bad boys, armor piercing, super fast, immune to psychology, decent melee stats, and they always pay for themselves. Anybody that's any decent with any cavalry will always pay for themselves with the Morgus Mangay Marauders. They're so good. The Warlord boys come and go. Moon Howlers, I'm a fan of them. Not everybody is, but you know. And you can see here, you know, really, really good picks. Night Goblin Square Coppers, really, really good. 730 for the 8 peak loonies. Also, Fanatics, really, really strong. Oh, thank you very much. I love that. Top lanes are good at identifying the win condition. No, exactly that. And for me, watching this matchup, Lunacy saw the win condition after about 2 minutes, and I don't ever really think that Schnoz did, which is interesting for me. I actually quite like the Ortboard Biggin pick. 160 kills there, 1.1k. Yeah, pretty decent, pretty decent. It's quite surprised about the Ortboard boys. Maybe you just couldn't afford another Biggin. I don't know. Biggin's always a bit of a risk, I think. I like these boys. They're Ortboard Biggin boys here. The infantry units are very strong. I really like those. They're really strong. Savages did pretty well, actually. Yeah, they did pretty well. In the backside, though, yeah, I think Sisters are really good, right? They are absolutely fantastic, but they pay for so much melee defense, and they're just so easily skirmished. Against the Greenskins, Sisters of Slaughter, just they're not the pick for me. They're not the pick, I don't think. I think here you had to go max Dark Riders, you had to go Harpies, and you needed to have a really wide infantry. You needed to pressure that skirmish. You needed to deal with that infantry and have a couple of key units in there. You know, not so many, but just some of the Black Ark Corsairs to really round up a couple of units. You know, a couple of your Savage Orc Biggins, your Orc Biggins. You need to have a couple of those boys in there just to go, hey, listen, I can challenge you a little bit. But, you know, as long as I win the efficiency war, that's all that really matters. But, you know, that's my 2 cents on the battle, right? That's my 2 cents on the battle. The cavalry, 860, you know, 650, 355, 1.7k from the Dark Riders. It just needed more of them, I think. Cavalry here, 850. Didn't see these Dark Riders. You know, 680 is okay from the Black Ark Corsairs. You know, 511 for the Bleak Swords. 400. This one fell short, but still, these boys are keeping up with the numbers here of the Black Ark Corsairs. Obviously, it very much depends what you're fighting with, but yes. Yeah, for sure. Also, if you consider as well, Lunacy at the beginning also pushed some of his force towards Domination Point 3. He didn't really have to invest that much, but he got that for free. There was no contest there. Hey, Samurai, how you doing, man? Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. So, that is going to be 1-0 there for Lunacy. Hey, man. Sister is worth 2 Bleak Swords, right? Sisters, if it's the one you were talking about just there, they're 1,100, I think. So they're nearly 3 Bleak Swords, nearly. 3 Bleak Swords would be 1,350. Right? Yeah, so if you take 2 of them, that's going to be 5 Bleak Swords. And I'm taking 5 Bleak Swords every day of the week. Every day of the week I'm taking 5 Bleak Swords against Greenskins. Every day of the week. Also, here's the other thing as well. If you take a mass wide front line of silver shielded infantry and he's got a bucket load of skirmish, good luck. What are you going to do? Shoot through all my infantry? It just makes it kind of, you know, yeah, I don't know. See, I can see where you're going with that next run. I can see where you're going with the Scourge Runners. And the Scourge Runners is fine, but I think the Scourge Runners wouldn't have killed quick enough. I don't think they would have killed quick enough. And also, they'll deal with infantry, but if he just goes wide with infantry, he's going to bully you with that infantry and have more map control with that infantry. Sisters Slaughter are 1,000, are they? They're 1,000. Okay, yeah, 1,000. Yeah. Do you know what I would have rather have gone? Do you know what I would have rather have gone? I would have rather gone the Regiment Round, the Sisters of Singing Doom. Because they bring, at least they bring Rampage, and then they also bring Terror, which is really good against the Greenskins. I certainly would have brought that. Certainly would have brought that. The map is on Total Tavern. The map is Crossing the Sea Claws. But then also, oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see you boys saying that. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Sorry, I'm slow. VP, VC, DE, no ban. Norska, no ban. Okay. Norska Dark Elves. Okay, this is going to be an interesting one. Norska Dark Elves. I think here if you're Schnoz, like Norska Dark Elves. Hard matchup for DE in an open map like that. Yeah, I agree with that, Samurai. I agree with that. Considering how strong Greenskins can be on their mobility game, it can be really, really tough. Can be really, really tough. Squad Runners were good at kiting and taking down big targets, right? Then late game, they are chariots. I'm out of the loop though. Yeah, I think they are good. I think they are good. I just don't think the Scourge Runners are going to give you... Because the thing about the Domination game, right, is you need damage per second. You need that value, and you need that value quickly. Okay? You need to really... It depends if you're talking about him on a losing stage, or if you're talking about if he's winning the match, or he starts with it. Right? There's three different scenarios that you can talk about. And you can mix and match those however you like. If he's losing, the Scourge Runners aren't going to give him enough damage per second to get back into the game. Not in my opinion. Right? And they're not going to give him enough map control with his infantry. Because it is very infantry focused, because infantry caps. Like, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, infantry dominates this. So I don't think the Scourge Runners are going to give you the map control. They'll win you the match. Right, they'll win you on value, but they won't win the game. They'll win the battle, but they won't win the war. You know, you won't get that victory at the end of the day. But they will claw the value back for you. But then obviously you're not going to have that infantry because you spent nearly 1,000 trying to get them on the field. Where if you had 2 bleak swords going forward, you know, you can maybe get some more infantry going. But you know, it's really tough. It's very, very situational. It's very situational. The one way that I find that I win mostly in these games is that I play the Domination game more than most, is how I find it. Oh, no, Spellbound, I was reading that. Sorry, that looked like it had some interesting points on it. I've actually put the score the wrong way around, actually. Sorry, guys. So Lunacy's going to be one up here in the final. The winner of this will actually be going through to the grand final, which I believe the big boy will be casting. I'm sure you know Tyrion. If you don't know him, do go check him out. Lovely man, really good content creator. He really is an absolute gem in the community. If you really don't know him, do go check out Tyrion. If anybody does have maybe Mucklock or someone in the chat, give a little link for my boy. He's a really nice guy. And I'm sure he'll be doing the final, maybe Inticity, maybe chuck a link in for Inticity as well. Both really nice chaps, and I'm sure one of those two will be doing the final. But Hambo's in the middle here with some Dread Spears, looking pretty funky. We're going to go really wide here with Bleak Swords. So this is exactly how I would expect a Lunacy to play this, right? Super wide, Hambo's, lots of Dread Spears, lots of Bleak Swords. The Master is actually going to give that Encourage, and the Malekith on a Dragon, just for a bit of terror. So, okay, some more Hambos in the middle. Up against Norska, not known for their leadership, but Marauders are really powerful. So Marauder Champions backed up by some Marauders. I really like the Marauder Hunters. Hunter Javelins and Marauder Hunters are super strong. Hunter Javelins are super good at taking down those large targets, such as Malekith on a Dragon. Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm sure my boy there will be looking at the final for sure. So Marauders in the middle. We're also going to be having some Marauder Champions. And we've got some Skirmish. I think Skirmish is going to be really important in this game. Throwing Axes as well. Throwing Axes, not a bad idea, actually. Especially when it comes up to, you know, Blackout Corsairs. You know, they certainly take down that armor nice and quickly. So it looks like we're going to go for a bit of a split push here. Certainly want to dominate point 3. As you can see here, when we look at the map, there's certainly more cover at Domination Point 3 than there's going to be at Point 1. Whoever has the range advantage is certainly going to dominate over in this area. This matchup such a map is lore-friendly, is it now? Very interesting. That is something I didn't know, Turtle Punch. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. As Captain Morgan says, thank you very much, my friend. So, Horsemaster's coming across. Lunacy, what are we going for here? So, we're going to go for a quick... Okay, lots of infantry units. And this is something that's quite smart. He's going to be taxing the micro of his opponent. You see, forcing these Marauders out. The Marauders now are going to struggle to come back in. They're going to struggle. You now have to... He's forcing more clicks per minute from his opponent. Units coming forward. Get a bit of a skirmish here with the Hambos. And I would say for the first minute to minute and a half after the kind of points open, you're looking at a value trade, and then after that you then look to capitalize on that value trade. So you can see here we have Hambos coming across. Hambos need to deal with the Marauders. They need to get that damage down so we don't really rack through the tiers of rage nice and quickly. Because, you know, with the larger unit sizes, where Norsca really get buffed, there's actually these rage mechanics. If units don't have magic damage, which they normally don't these days, physical resistance is really prominent. So getting that damage means now, even with the larger unit sizes, Marauders are unlikely to get to that third tier. Well, actually, there's no really tiers anymore, is there? I think it's just more kills now. Yeah, more time spent in melee. So the more time they spend. So if they can't get to that end tier, you know, with that top percentage, you know, really nerfs the effectiveness of the Marauders. And they only have bronze shields, 15 armor, it's not much. And this here is now becoming a bit of a cluster F in the middle. Or a fluster cluck, as most people like to call it. And Norscan Ice Wolves. They get donked by a dragon, and they get away. But these bad boys, big fan of Norscan Ice Wolves. Mass weapon strength. They're also going to be having that slow as well with the frostbite. It's rather excellent indeed. So now they're forcing the skirmish to have to engage into combat. It's a very interesting way of getting all of this done. And this is going to cause it all to be in the middle. I think we're going to be seeing, yes, a Soul Stealer going down, catching so many units. Watch that value there from Lunacy. It's going to be ticking up nice and quickly. So throwing axes going over the top here up against the Bleak Swords. Bleak Swords now going to challenge the Marauder Champions. So it looks like Norsca is going to be across the board here. And there we go, good value. We are going to get a Burning Head through. And here we go, Dark Rider is going to come and try and see if they can collapse on the Norscan Ice Wolves. What have we got here in the middle of those? We've got the Master fighting, and here we go. The Mass Infantry now going to be dominating in the middle from the Dark Elves. We have Malekith chasing off up against the Brutal Horsemasters, etc. That is a lot of damage. Be careful of those throwing axes. They will destroy Malekith. God damn it. That is a lot of damage. So at the top here, Berserkers coming forward. Marauder Berserkers with their Berserk mechanic with Frenzy makes them very, very scary infantry units. In the middle, Sorceress of Fire there is going to be having the Burning Head with Kindle Flame. He also has Rage, which is quite nice as a caster. And in the middle here, we are going to have the Norscan Ice Wolves just getting a nibbling here on the Black Ark Corsair Hambos. In the back, Marauder Champions fighting up against the Hambos. And now we have the Cold One Knights. The heavily armoured cavalry charging forwards here. And yeah, they'll certainly do the work. So the large Norscan Ice Wolves don't really want to chase up against the Dread Spears. Ticket's going to be in the advantage of Norsca. Norsca, it seems a bit of a hard fight, if I must say so. So Bleak Sword's going to be fighting here up against the Marauders. Now, what's the rotation going to look like here? Because having champions, Marauders, and throwing axes on one domination point is quite an investment. Now, purple is going to be flooding the middle. So how do we do this next? Breath attack down up against the Beasts of Tashnar. Pretty good stuff going on there. Really good opening from Schnoz. Really quite happy with this. Now, the one thing I can see is a bit of a problem going forward. Maybe spread out quite a bit here. That is something I can foresee being maybe a little bit of a problem. Marauders going forward. Throwing Axe is going to be chasing after the Bleak Swords, but in come Black Ark Corsairs. Nice counter. They'll butcher the Marauders nice and quickly and can probably challenge up against the Marauder Champions. In the backside, we do have Malekith fighting here up against the Norscan Ice Wolves. I'm not a fan of that. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a fan of that. But we do get away here with the Shaman Sorcerer. What is this going to be? This is going to be a Soul Stealer? Yes. So damage here up against the caster. Dragon's going to get away. We charge in. And they're going to be fighting up against the Beast of Tashnar. Yeah, probably a good trade there for the Beast of Tashnar. They don't have much AP, but, you know, they'll do, you know, some pretty decent damage on the way out there. The Master is going to be in, and he's going to give that lovely encourage, you know, because, of course, you know, only 66 leadership for the Black Ark Corsairs. It's not fantastic. I think there is going to be Lord nearby. Oh, it doesn't actually show the encourage values, but anyway. Those foot-based throwing axe throwers weren't so hot, apparently. If you're talking about Warhammer 2, no, but the Javelins certainly are. Their bonus for large is really nice up against Malekith, etc. Very, very strong. But the Hunters really good up against the infantry, such as the Black Ark Corsairs. They're very much needed in this matchup because Marauder Berserkers won't really carry it on their own. So, looks like we're going to get a Burning Head down the line. Good stuff there. That's also going to cause that -8 leadership that could hopefully get that chain route going. Marauder Berserker is going to be chasing up against the Skirmish of the Handbows. 40 speed going up against 37, which is the problem here with Marauder Berserkers. They just really cannot catch the fast Corsair Handbows. So we're going to be seeing 4,800 up against 5.5 here from Snoz. He's also going to have the ticket advantage, but we're now on with the Dark Riders, forcing the movement of the Marauder champions. So what they need to do is get these bad boys into one corner, force them across, and then get these other units on the edge. Get as much on as possible. Don't take any damage, and then start capturing. So now we can see here, it's only Marauder champions that are going to be holding this, which means it's going to be pretty much a free capture as long as you can hold the middle. And he is winning here in the middle, which means 2 ticket points will be going into the lead. Marauders on 1. This is a bit of a weak claim to Domination point 3, I must say so. In the backside, Cold Ones, and looks like Dreadspear is going to be breaking to the edge. Skirmish still going. Skirmish here is a bit of a nightmare, especially up against Malekith. He's not going to be a big fan of that. The Master is in the back. He's going to be challenging up against the Marauder Hunters. Marauders in as well are going to be fighting. Berserker's going to be challenging here up against the Black Ark Corsair Handbows in the back. Dreadspears fighting up against the Marauder Champions. Not great there for them. Domination point 1 going to be going in the way here of the Druchii. And it looks like we are going to get... There we go. Marauder great weapons. I was looking for these bad boys. They're going to do very well here up against some of the Black Ark Corsairs. Now, we are going to get the charge of the Dark Riders. They're going to die in a matter of seconds. Ice Wolves are filthy against light armored cavalry. Here we go. We come across with the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. Looks like we are going to get a Burning Head down the line. It's not going to be that effective. Lots of armor, and it's going straight through rather than down the line of. In the middle, great weapons coming across again. And you can see, look how many units this is forcing to rotate. This is where you can see Lunacy is having that advantage on the battlefield, because now you can start rotating to the left, but he's now losing the middle. Very interesting. Really good summoning choice here from Schnoz. Lovely work indeed. Those ginormous battle axes, the two-handed ones, coming forward here as they're going to be leaping into battle up against the sea cloaks of the Black Ark Corsairs. And that armor is not going to be helping them. They are anti-infantry, but the Marauders here are going to be finishing them off rather quickly. There we go. Champions push off the Black Ark Corsairs, and I think that's going to be GG's. Very, very well played. Very, very well played there. We do have the Dark Elves have the middle. I don't know. I don't know. We're going to be 1,300 behind from Lunacy. What has he got in the back pocket? Here's a tough one. Throwing Axe is trying to get on to Malekith for sure. Maybe Malekith wants to come over here and start doing just maybe a little bit of bullying. I wouldn't hate to see that. So, Corsair Handbows, 2 leadership. If they return, a couple of bolts into the side here in the Marauders wouldn't hurt. Maybe starting to come around the corner a little bit. Domination point 1 changes hands. I think Domination point 3 needs to be the next. I think challenging in this direction, I don't know how I feel about it. Dark Riders move around the corner. I think they're going to be chasing off, yeah, they're chasing off the Nautican Ice Wolves. Cavalry probably needs to be desummoned here. Black Ark Corsair Handbows really struggling. But it looks like the Cobalt Knight's going to be holding the middle. Master is in there still. What's the Master going to challenge though? He really doesn't want to get his hands there, but yes.
Unending glory is yours.
No, I think it's correct. Spellbound, that's correct, yeah. Yeah, I think some of the biggest problems. I mean, I'm not going to look at values right just yet. I'm going to talk about it a little bit. I think some of the problems we're going to have here. You can kite the marauders, you can kite the berserkers, right? But the values are so strong when they get into combat. Dark Elves are certainly a faction that are bred and prided on their infantry being so strong. But this is what Norsca exactly beats them in. They have really, really strong infantry with their marauders. I love the implementation of the throwing axes from the marauder hunters. Really good way dealing with a lot of the Black Ark Corsairs. Black Ark Corsairs, 380, 600, 450. Not excellent. And I think the nice, strong tier Marauder champions really got in there with their armor. They can just deal with almost most things. Maybe some Hargonath executioners. Maybe just a single unit in there might have been prudent for sure. Yeah, possibly so. Possibly so. Just one unit to dominate somewhere. Maybe it could have been a thought. So yeah, looks like we didn't see any of the back end stuff. 230, 650, and 218. I was very interested because the Norscan Ice Wolves really will counter these Dark Riders very, very effectively. 315, 650, 230, and 811 for the Norscan Ice Wolves. Yeah, pretty good stuff. 270, 550 there for the Order Berserkers. And you can see 309 there for the Great Weapons. No more skirmish. 317 for the Beast of Tashnar, not brilliant. 1.2k there for the Fire Sorcerer, really good work. 250, 130, 300, 300 there for the Marauders. 830, 700, 930 for the Marauder Champions. Yeah, skirmish did enough in the middle as well, I think, just to be a bit of a nuisance. Yeah, it really did enough. Interesting fight for sure. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right, Tail Punch. Malekith on his big dragon. The Witch King loses to a bunch of gobos without a leader, and then a bunch of random Chaos Norscans also without a leader. Like, Malekith is having a rough day today. He is having a rough day today. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the final game. The final game. All games have gone to a best of 3 today. What an absolute spectacle. So, just before we go into it, I want to say thank you very much to Puglington. I want to say thank you very much here to Schnoz, Lunacy, as well as Nextra. I want to say thank you very much to all 4 of you. Really sticking out the tournament, putting on some fantastic games for this brilliant event. Yeah, for this brilliant event. So I wonder what the final game is going to be. So let's have a look at the map. The map is going to be Battle for Itza. Ah, yes. The Lizard Man map. I love it. So guys, before we go into the final, thank you very much for sticking with me today. Appreciate every single one of you. If you have enjoyed today, please do smash our like button. And if you want to see some more Total War Warhammer content, of course, feel free to subscribe. It really does help the channel. It really does help quite a bit. I really appreciate that. We're so close to the 2k. We're so close. It'd be very nice to get by the end of the year, that's for sure. My Malekith at least got 1v1'd by Techless. That doesn't sound as bad. That's true, that's true, that's true. Yeah. Right, so we're going to be on the Battle for Itza. Let's have a look here. There we go. Lovely stuff. Right. So let's have a little look here. We are going to have... So pick Nurgle, Khorne, Wood Elves, ban none. VP ban Khorne. Oh, interesting. So it's going to be Nurgle versus the Vampire Coast. I could not think of a slower matchup if I tried. Could I? Could I? No, I don't think so. I don't think it gets any slower than these two. I don't think it gets any slower. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Certainly would have gone Wood Elves in this matchup. I don't know why you've gone Nurgle, but... Nurgle is very brave. I mean, there's a lot you can do with Nurgle. I think many people get trapped in the Nurgle of, like, like, many people think of Nurgle and they just think of, like, before Immortal Empires, I think. I certainly do quite a bit. But, you know, they have Furies, they have Forsaken, they have, you know, quite a few fast units. You know, they have units that can get in there and do work for sure. Nurgle sits at 25% win rate for a reason. Yeah, I mean, this is true. This is true. Listen, man, I ain't doubting you. I'm not doubting you. I also think it is a bold pick. I think it is a bold pick. I think Wood Elves certainly would have been the way to go, but it seems that Schnars wants to go Nurgle. And listen, I was a bit of a Nurgle boy when I first started, and, you know, I quite like Nurgle. Yeah, indeed, Spellbound, indeed. Indeed. Agreed. It's a flat open map, so, you know, maybe Schnoz has got some things up his sleeve. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Already up here. Maybe we'll see a bloat. I have no idea, man. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to see. I assume it's going to be like full Forsaken, some Spawn, Furies, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, who's going to be the Lord? It's going to be the guy on the Rockfly, right? It's got to be. I have not played Nurgle since... Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is exactly what I expected. Problem is, you've taken 4 Spawn, and he's got 5 units of Deckhand mobs. I mean, maybe you put the Forsaken on the pole arms and then deal with the rest. The bombers aren't going to do anything against the Spawn. Oh, I don't know. Double Depth Guard is going to be a problem. How are you going to deal with the Depth Guard? I have no idea. The one thing about Schnozzer that I've realised quite a bit is, yeah, he does not like taking a Lord. He does not like taking a Lord. Yeah, I think the bombers could be a problem for the Forsaken, but they're not going to be a problem for the Spawn. Bombers aren't going to do anything to the Spawn. Like, what are they going to do, right? This is possible. It's got mobility. It's got potential. It's on the side of the VP. I mean, yeah, just double Depth Guard. I don't know what you do against Depth Guard. I don't know. They're going to have 71... weapon strength, 18 armor piercing, anti-infantry as well, coming here at 5. Like, I don't know. Good armor. Forsaken is going to get butchered, I think. Yeah, Bunecaster could do it. Bunecaster could do it. But then you've also got Invocation of Nehek. I don't know. I don't see a way Nurgle win this. It's just one of those kind of cursed matchups. I think Nurgle just have to pin in VP here. You just have to bomb rush. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. It is a complete mouth-breathe build that you're just going to try and see if you can try and just roast your opponent here, I think. This is it, right? You put one depth guard on 1 and 3, and then you fight for the middle. I mean, because how are you going to kill the depth guard? I don't know. Furies get summoned. Furies are going to deal here with the Salt Lord Scuttlers. That's pretty standard. You have no guns to protect them either, and they got 110 speed. More Furies. Furies going to fly on these bombers then, I think. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. This is not the worst build I've ever seen. I mean, it certainly has a potential. Salt Lords, they're not going to be able to run. They just need to get some value off, really. Can they throw off some bombs? Maybe. What we're going to have here, Animated Hulks are going to counter at least the spawn to a degree with the mass. No, yeah, no only has cursed matchups, agreed. They have, like, maybe a matchup or two, but I don't know. So Poison's going to nerf the depth guard, that's for sure. You're now going to get spawn on top. Maybe this is... Oh, I don't know. Spawn need to push through on the bombers. The spawn have to push through. They can't fight in the front, or you will lose your Forsaken in a matter of seconds. Oh, of course, they have Chaos Warhounds. I forget this. So, we do actually have the Chaos Furies on the bombers. Value. Schnoz is losing pretty hard on value. It's because the bombers are just... They're fighting. This is very much you do or you don't from the rip. And it looks like you don't. Schnoz has got value in the back pocket as well. He needs to get units forward. Depth guard has fallen. The spawn are having a great time either, to be fair. And this is the problem. Look at that. Look at that. Death Guard just butchered the Forsaken. Like, it is not even close. Death Guard are a serious problem. They really are a serious problem. Yeah, I don't know. Forsaken will capture point 2. Throwing axes with poison coming across. Chaos Warhounds here have broken. Negative 10 leadership. Are they going to come back? Nah. Okay. Oh, you can't let them charge you. You can't. Yeah, that's GG's for me, I think. That's a good game well played. I think I don't know what you can do here. He's captured 2 points now. It was a valiant effort. It was a valiant effort. It was a valiant effort. You know, I appreciate it. Listen, it was a quick game. It was a quick game. Warhounds with poison will win in the middle, but like just 2 depth guard on either side. I don't know. There's not really much more to say here. 1,000 tickets here for Schnoz, but I don't know what he's going to summon in that's going to make a difference. Throwing axes could do it. If they can axe their way through the depth guard, it's possible. But now we have animated hulks coming across. You've pinned back the main army, but he's still winning. So the Poison Warhounds were summoned to deal with the Scurvy Dogs. The Scurvy Dogs will just keep you at bay all day with the throwing axes. So 5,000 against 6.6. He's kind of catching back a little bit. Throwing axes are in shape. They are ready to go. You need to scream with the animated hulks. They've got enough. They've got enough health to do so. But the problem is the throwing axes are going to take so long to do that damage that is it really worth it? I don't know. I think the whole idea, Nexus, was to like push him back and hold him here, and then his mobility would cap in behind. That was the idea. It's not a dumb idea. It's just he didn't win it is the problem. Like the 5 Forsaken and the 4 Spawn just didn't win is the problem, because the pole arms are just gonna do fucking devastating damage. Yeah, it's like 500 value. They've already comfortably paid for themselves, and they're about to get more. Scurvies, poison warhounds. It's like you've got both up here now, and you are doing brilliant damage at the top. You really are doing brilliant damage with the 3 throwing axes. But I think you needed to start like that. I think you needed to be wide with warhounds, wide with throwing axes, Forsaken push, and just do as much damage as you possibly could, and hope there were no pistols. I think you had to go full mobility and hope that it was possible. And like, there's one thing as well that you always know in this game mode, that full mobility never just wins you the game, because it has no staying power. Like, yeah, it's tough. I appreciate he's continuing to go though. Like, I really respect that. I really respect that. Throwing axes need to drop. Depth guard, we're taking some damage. It's not quite enough. Scurvies haven't been shot yet, but you know they'll deal with some throwing axes pretty quickly. And now actually VP are in their spawn. What's this? And now it's the triple cap. Yeah.
You have been bested.
Well, GG's well played. GG's well played. Yeah. Great clawback in the second game there from Snoz. Yeah, I think for me at the moment, Spawn in general just don't pay for themselves. I think you can't play Spawn. You can't. I would rather hear you drop 2 Spawn and you'd gone 4 units of Skirmish Cav. It just would have been better for me. Drop 2 more Spawn, bring 4 units of Warhounds. You get around the back, you deal with the zombie pirate bombers, the rest thumps the front line with the Forsaken. I don't even bring the Nurglings, you drop those and you just bring more. You know, I don't know, man, that's rough. That's rough. I don't even know what you bring here. I don't even know what you bring. I'm thinking about it now, but I don't know. But GG's and well played. GG's and well played there to Lunacy. Yeah, GG's well played. Yeah, the horsemen were decent. I thought so, you know, and I think, you know, if you're going Forsaken, maybe you could bring. I mean, there's 700, but you know, bring some throwing axes. Maybe bring. Where are the warhounds? Maybe some warhounds. You could certainly look at something like this. You maybe bring a Fury if you want, and in the backside in your reinforcements you bring. I don't think I've got unicaps. Yeah, maybe something like this. You know, it's not the end of the world. Something like this could do decently. Plague Toads maybe. You need some infantry somewhere. You know, some marauders there wouldn't hurt. They're not uber slow. Let's put it that way. I quite like Plague Bearers. I don't know. Just thinking. But anything that has armor in the Nurgle roster is just impossibly slow. Like the fact you've got Chosen of Nurgle, great weapons that have 23 speed. What's the point? Just what's the point? I don't know. Maybe something like this. I don't know. They are pretty sketchy, but like, how are you going to deal with Depth Guard? How do you deal with Depth Guard? Realistically, how are you going to challenge them? Yeah, I'd say so too. Like, plate bearers are good. I like plate bearers. They need to start right, but I don't know. I think it's a tough one, right? The other way you run it right is in your starting lineup is you maybe just go some exalted plate bearers. Maybe they get off some big boys. I don't know. Exalted plate bearers get some uber damage off the beginning. Yeah, so this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking, Spellbound. Yeah, Stupid Corruption won't do garbage there. It just won't do it. Like, it won't do it fast enough. You know what I mean? Like, at the top level of the game, it just won't do it quick enough. I think Throwing Axes have enough DPS that they can do something. I'm not saying it's grand or something, but, you know, they can do something. And then you need mobility. You need mobility, and you need some caster in the back, right? You need some caster in the back after that. Law of Death, you know, Spirit Leech, Fate Abuna. Look as a fecundity, blah 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 blah. Probably has to be on a rock fly. Something like this, maybe. Something like this. I don't know. This guy seems too expensive. No, yeah, man. We're not having, you know, we're just having a debate about how maybe you could have done it. And I was thinking, you know, maybe this could have been the answer. Your Throwing Axes get onto the Depth Guard, Chaos Warhounds and Furies get on the Bombers, and then your Forsaken wins the rest, probably. That might have been the idea, and then you have mass mobility in the back pocket. And then Marauders, like, you need the Marauders for, like, capture weight. You need them, and they've got enough speed. Like, 30 is enough. 30, like 23 is, you know, you're really starting to push it. 34 is not terrible from Nurglings as well. Like, you know, having some Nurglings here and there doesn't hurt. This guy's a waste of time, actually, I think. I wouldn't even hate having some Nurglings, to be quite honest. Wouldn't hate it. A lot of people would rinse me for it, but, you know, I mean, I've got enough experience in the game. You probably want to play bearers here and there, probably, as well, so, you know, to kind of meet up some points. I don't know. Food for thought. Food for thought. Horse Lord. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, you mean? Filthy Mace. That's garbage. Yeah, maybe. No. Yeah. Yeah, possibly. Where you go, Fate Abuna, Spirit Leech, how much does it cost? Yeah, 1.6 is pretty decent. Yeah, and then from there you can do whatever you like, right? Maybe one great weapon or something. Yeah, I could see that being a thing. I could see that being a thing. I mean, you definitely want magic if you can take magic, right? Nurglings are over Marauders, in my opinion. Yeah, but just a couple of summons of Pistoliers and they're just going to get absolutely slammed, aren't they? I guess, but... yeah, Toads aren't great. Yeah, frogs can be good, but also, like, if you take out the frogs, what mass have you got? You have no mass, I guess. Which means you'll get bullied by animated hulks, I guess. And if you want to pin stuff out, like, what have you got? Is Spirit Leech worth it when enemy has no heck? If they're on foot, no, probably not. So you could probably take off Spirit Leech if you really want. Yeah, I could agree with that. You could argue Aspect of the Dread Knight. You certainly could ask. You could definitely argue Aspect of the Dread Knight in case they bring any. When you have some magic damage, right, with some of the demons, but having some magic damage maybe on some units wouldn't be terrible. I don't know. They're undead, so terror's not that useful. Yeah, it's up to you. Maybe Soul Blight wouldn't be awful. Soul Blight wouldn't be terrible. But then, of course, you know, you're looking at a lot of winter magic there. Also, with life leeching, having Spirit Leech is not the world's worst thing. Maybe Paracon of Decay wouldn't be terrible if you partnered it with Soul Blight. Some combos there. Some combos. Yeah, Vanguard is useful for sure. And also you could probably, you could save up a little bit of gold, right? You can certainly save up a little bit of gold. Also, it's nice to have toads, right? They bring that mobility, which you generally don't have. But if you didn't go toads, what would you go? Don't know. Pox Riders, maybe? You could certainly bring in a Pox Rider or two. I like the Barons of the Bog. Yeah, if you really wanted to go like full sicko mode, right? Like really like sicko mode, you brought in like the Barons of the Bog, and then you went with a like a Soul Blight Paragon of Decay with this. You know, you went real sicko mode on the whole on the whole like kind of, you know, debuffs. You know, you could really do some numbers there. Spawn are better. I find Spawn to be pretty garbage, especially in this matchup. You really want to pay 1100 for Spawn. Just gonna get blasted, right? Here on a chariot. I wouldn't mind taking chariots. I don't think I'd take a hero on a chariot though. Also find it a bit slow. Good armor. Bit slow. Struggles on that melee attack. Jesus. Better for infantry 18, that'd be fine. But yeah, anyway, this is just a thought at the end of the day. Just a thought. Yeah, but you also get more models, right? Spellbound. Like, for example, like you can't just think about just a pure stat, right? So that's going to be Spawn. Let's say we take it up against Plague Toads, right? If we go up against Pox Riders, also very much depends what you're fighting, right? So for example, if we take Spawn, that's going to be how many models? 12, 16 times 160, and then you're going to be having 24 times 64. Probably relatively similar for 8. Don't actually know. I don't have a calculator on me. I do have a calculator. We could probably do that value now. And then it depends if you're fighting infantry, right? And in that moment, you're going to be fighting infantry. There's not going to be many monsters. Bonus versus infantry 7, so let's call it 71. So 71 times 24. 71 times 24. 1,700. And 16 times 160. 2,500. Yes, there is more. There is more for the Spawn. There is more for the Spawn. So yeah, maybe. You lose mobility, you get magic and poison here. Charge is relatively similar. Melee defense is higher. Depends though. I really love the Barons of the Bog. What are the evaluate here to this? Interesting. Oh, they have decent armor as well, actually. Yeah, maybe onto something there, bro. Maybe onto something. Maybe onto something. Yeah. Yeah, 70 melee attack is a joke. The biggest joke about Nurgle is how effing slow they are. Like, how can you have chosen Nurgle at 23 speed? Yeah, I agree. Looking at it, I agree for sure. Yeah, I agree. Oh, maybe a demon spawn in there actually wouldn't have been terrible, right, for the opening play. Let's have a little think here. Would that have been perfect? That looks like that might have been perfect. Look at that! It was written in the stars. It was written in the stars the entire time. The entire time it was written in the stars. Then you had some of these bad boys in the backside. And then maybe you could have brought some big chunkies in the backside, right? You could have brought some Spawn. You could have had some little boys. And then you got 450 to do something with. 100%. Agreed. I don't know what you do 800 with. I don't know. Beast and Nurgle, yeah. How's this guy? Is he complete garbage? Oh, he looks like complete garbage. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he looks like complete garbage. It looks fun, but he looks like complete garbage. 11,000 health. Literally no different. He has better stats, better leadership. Oh, that's quite considerable stats. But 400 gold? Nah, you're alright. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe something like this. I don't know. I don't know. It's possible. I don't like it either, but maybe it's possible. And then a caster in F800, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, completely strip him down or something. You get like Fate Abuna. That is too much. But you get the idea. You get the idea. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for all watching today. Hope you guys had a hope you guys had a great time. I want to thank you very much to Moors, Samurai, all the guys that put on. I want to say thank you very much to all the guys that kind of help put this on. It's a lot of work behind the scenes. There's a lot of us that kind of chat all the time about making this work. Behind the scenes, it's Moors, Samurai Warrior. Inticity's quite involved. Jay Phoenix. There's a lot of guys. Eric Krastic even puts his hand in every now and then. There's lots of guys around that certainly give breathe life into these events, and without them, they wouldn't happen. They made my job here really easy. So thank you very much to those guys for doing what they do. And thank you all of you guys for watching today. If you enjoyed, of course, smash that like button. Feel free to subscribe as well. It really does go quite a long way. I do a Twitch. I really haven't used it in a while. So feel free to go find me there if you like. My plan in December is to come back swinging. That's my plan, pretty much. Come back in full swing, really. And what it'll be like videos on YouTube with a couple of live streams here and there, and then on Twitch. If I come back to play again, I'll be streaming on Twitch. It might be like a come at me, bro, where you guys play me, that kind of thing, etc. Whatever. So feel free to do that. Join the Discord, as Mike likes to put down there. And my that should be it, really. I don't think you need more than that. I will be, so Wednesday we have Inticity with number 12. And then on Friday I'm back with tournament number 13. So it'll be me again this week. So if you guys want to come enjoy that, please feel free to join me. So again, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much to all the players that played today. And I will be seeing you all on Friday. See you there.